Okay, welcome back everybody to round two of the British Chess Championships, coming to you live from Warwick University, which is also near Coventry. And Nick Pert, my question to you today, this is Luke McShane's first British, right?
The first one that you've
Yeah,
backed him to win in, is it?
yeah,
Um, yeah, I think Luke has definitely got a chance this year anyway. I mean, he had a really good first round, and today he's playing against Peter Wells, who I think is a player he's played quite a few times in the past. Peter's obviously a really experienced player, but he does tend to suffer a bit with time trouble, and that probably could be his Achilles heel because if he gets low on time against Luke, I think he's going to find it quite difficult to find the fun moves to stay in the game. I mean, how do you see board one going?
they're very good friends. Me personally, Nick, I don't have any friends in chess, so that's not a problem for me. But do you ever find it a bit awkward when you're playing against a good friend and
I mean, for me, I guess the biggest clash is when I play against my brother because
yeah,
obviously twin brother. So there is a bit of tension there, but I think against everybody else, you just do your best and then hopefully still friends at the end of it. But both of you just trying to win the game, aren't you? I mean, it's quite an interesting clash because Peter is quite a theoretical player, quite a precise player. I guess you must have played him a lot of times over the years, but he does
yeah.
suffer from this time trouble. He's a bit of a time trouble addict, isn't he? So that could come back to bite him in this game. I'm kind of expecting Luke to try and stay away from the main theory and just keep the tension in the position and hope that eventually, the time pressure will catch up with Peter. But that is quite an interesting one to look at because you don't want to be in a situation where you're under pressure against Peter because he's quite an accurate player, and I think Luke just has to navigate the first 20, 30 moves quite carefully,
Mm.
and then he'll have his chance if it all goes to plan.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with Luke McShane's time management yesterday. That's kind of what he would need to do again today. And if he does that, it's possibly going to be Peter getting into time trouble. You mentioned he does tend to get into time trouble um, in that scenario. Obviously, it's a little bit different here because you do get extra time move 40. I was actually think that we should get rid of that and just always have like universal time control where you don't get extra time move 40 because I think it's a bit boring. Sometimes you get to move 40 and you're a bit annoyed because your opponent who was in time trouble suddenly got loads of extra time to think.
I mean, if you're the one who's pressing them on time, you definitely don't want a big increment, do you?
Nah.
I guess you could have 10 minutes as people can go and have a break because otherwise you feel like you're under time pressure for a long period of time when there's no increment.
Mm,
Looks like we might have moved on to Mickey's game. Mickey is never really late to the board, is he? He always gets there on time,
mm.
always plays his same stuff and knows what he's doing.
Yeah, so he's playing D5 against Richard Bates. Richard looks quite relaxed. Very dark hair. Do you think Richard's wearing any hair dye, or do you think any chess players are wearing any hair dye?
I don't
Because
know. I feel we might need some ourselves.
yeah,
No, Richard actually used to go to Warwick University, so he was actually here when I was here, and
right.
he's a very established player. He's got really, really good understanding, but somehow Mickey just seems to normally get the better of Richard. I don't know. I don't think many people actually are able to do that because Richard's normally quite good at playing against strong players. He's a very practical player, and in certain positions he's incredibly strong. So I think Mickey maybe just has a way of slightly unsettling Richard Bates. I mean, do you have any, records against players, or you struggle against them, or do particularly well
Yeah,
against
I
them?
mean, I think it gets inside your head when you have a bad record against somebody. It's almost like you're afraid to attack them, almost, or afraid to make an aggressive move. So Adams has gone for this A6 move, which is very solid. And I think the main idea is if you take on D5, take back the pawn.
Yeah, I think the main idea of his move order is that Richard is a Catalan player normally,
Mm.
and Mike Adams does play this A6 variation. Do you want if I borrow the mouse a second? So,
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I've seen Michael Adams has played. If I can go back one move, he's played this variation quite a lot of times where
Mm.
White plays Knight C3 and Black plays A6. So this is his kind of one of his main opening choices. And he probably realised if he plays against Richard Bates, Richard's quite likely to go for the Catalan with G3. And so he's trying to play like a slightly sneaky move order to maybe unsettle
Mm.
Richard by playing 3 A6. Obviously, Richard probably doesn't want to take on D5 and play these normal systems. He wants to play G3. But I wonder if Mickey's idea is to try and grab this pawn early on C4 and
Yeah,
see if he can hang on to it. And
sure.
I think in general, white should be okay in these positions, but if you don't know what you're doing, it can be a bit scary.
Yeah, I think there's lines like this on there, maybe, and then no, is this working? Because this knight takes, but you could still probably play Queen C7 or something, or Queen B6.
I mean,
It's logical.
yeah.
So yeah, this is definitely possible. I mean, you can also play. I think Nick, you can also play maybe a move like knight C6 is maybe another move as well. So
I think it's a bit of a tricky move order for Mickey, this 3a6, and Richard is well
mm,
aware Mickey's up to something here, so he's going to have to. Well, you can see he's thinking this is the sign of experienced play. You know your opponent's got some prep lined up if you play your normal 4g3. So he's probably just trying to think about whether to go for a different option. I mean, there are
mm,
different moves he could play here. They're not necessarily moves that he would typically play. Obviously, he could take on d5. He could play a move like e3, quite a solid move, and just try and play a different kind of game here. So he might opt for something safe like e3 just to avoid Mickey's preparation.
sure. So let's have a quick look at the game of board. Wad, Luke with Shade. So we got this position. It looks like a Moscow variation of Sicilian. Black has just taken on d7. White to play. The typical move in this position is just simply to castle, I believe. Now you could play c4, but then there is a way that black can try and win a pawn here, but I think it's a risky pawn grab. Do you see that move? I think they've played other moves, by the way, but Queen G4 is possibly just hitting this pawn and this pawn, but then
I think it's a bit risky, isn't it, to go for
it's
this?
very
White gets a
risky.
huge lead in development.
I don't think that was played in the game. Let's just refresh. I think they've already had more moves. Oh, he has gone c4, but yeah, so black can go for this Queen G4, but that is typically very risky. So I would expect to move like knight c6 or knight f6, and it's very solid for black. I'm slightly surprised Luc Bichet's gone for this variation, actually.
I'm not really that surprised. I think that Luke's going to just try and keep the tension, keep the game going. He doesn't want anything too sharp, and he'll just hope to get his chances later on.
But it comes back to my theory about the contempt factor. You know, we were talking about this yesterday about the Leela contempt factor, where it keeps as many pieces on the board as possible. You've already exchanged a pair of minor pieces. Has that maybe made it slightly easier for black to play the position? Or do you think he's just intending to outplay him slowly and positionally?
I mean, if you don't exchange the bishops, what are you going to play in mainline Sicilian? Yeah, you kind of have to play something, don't you? I think by exchanging the bishops, you take a little bit of the sharpness out of the position, and then you can hopefully just get a game.
Well, Peter Wells is thinking, I mean, it's slightly worrying that he's thinking, this is what I mean about the time trouble. He's already spending quite a lot of time on a well-known theoretical position. What's the point? Just whittle out some moves, see what happens. Let's move on to another game. We're going to move on to board 3, and that would be Shreyas Royal, who's white against Andrew Ledger. So we've got almost black fawn. My 4NCL team is black fawn, and two of the top 3 boards have got black fawn players on it. We've got Richard Bates on board 2, who's white against Mike Evans. We've got Addy Ledger's on board 3, playing black against Shreyas Royal. So we've had this variation with Kara Khan. White's just played the move e6. I think the idea is if you take on e6, White is essentially relying on this ruptured pawn structure. By the way, he's played a move, so let's just see what he's played. He's actually gone for Queen d6, which looks very natural, actually.
Yeah, I think e6 is quite a good idea because you're trying to stop black from playing e6. If black plays e6, he has a much more solid position. Sometimes after white plays g4, if we can just go back a couple of moves.
Sure.
Um, so sometimes black doesn't even play bishop g6. He might play a move like bishop d7 just to avoid this e6 move. But obviously g4 was quite a committal move, and the idea is to try to disrupt black's main plan of playing the move pawn to e6, after which black can complete his development. So straight away Shreyas is going for something quite sharp, but Andy Ledger's quite a theoretical player as well, so I imagine Andy knows what he's doing here.
I recommended Islam at g4. I just wrote a book on Leela, and I was sort of talking about it often has this pattern where it goes after your bishop. When it comes out of f5, it attacks you and starts attacking your bishop straight away. So this is actually following this kind of logic. I think Mamijaros play this way as white, for example. But anyway, black's play queen d6, so white's thinking he's taken on f7, very logical move. Black will almost certainly take out the bishop. And then the question is, how does white develop without allowing black to spring out with moves like e5? For example, it gives this line knight c3. Could I play e5 immediately? That feels like a reasonable shout. Don't really see anything that wrong with black's position, but at the same time, it's quite playable for white. You could play something like this. Knight e2 with the idea of bringing the bishop out to f4, hitting the queen with tempo.
Because I imagine white would castle queenside in that position, and he'd have quite a double-edged game, which is really what he's looking for.
Yeah, I notice there's all these kind of, Andy's looking very pensive. Shreyas is looking quite pensive. Uh, how do you sort of pose at the board? Because I've started doing this kind of thing now, where I've started going like this. The reason is I'm quite impulsive, so I always want to move my hands. So now I'm trying to block out, and also spectators annoy me when they walk past the board. So I'm like,
Yeah, I tend to get a bit more like hunched over when my position's bad. So that's
yeah,
probably a sign that
that's a
things are going
sign, that's a
badly.
tell, right?
But you tend to be a bit more relaxed
To see if
when
there's
you're
any
doing
more
well.
moves, right? Uh,
So I think he's played this knight c3 move. I mean, black could obviously
yeah.
consider playing normal developing moves as well. Knight d7, knight f6.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to commit to e5 just yet.
Could you play, is g6 here ridiculous? Because the idea is I want to put the bishop on g7 and then play e5.
I wonder if white ever plays f4 at some point, or maybe just ignores it and keeps developing.
Yeah, f4 is definitely a move that feels very natural because you're controlling that e5 square. I always feel like with the set of the opening in particular, it's very important the centre. A lot of people underestimate the importance of the centre, controlling squares, fighting for squares. So Andy's having a think. He's clearly, I feel like he's out of book at this moment. Possibly Shreyas is a little bit better prepared in this variation, I would guess, but he doesn't look too worried out there, Andy. Should we move on to board 4?
Sure. Yeah.
Or is it board 5? I'm losing track now. So now we got big clash on board 4. Jude Shearsby versus Harry Grieve. Wow.
Looks like Harry's still in his prep for a change.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone for Queen E7 check. Should we go from the start?
Sure.
Okay, so E4, and then we've got this French. So knight F3, which is not the typical move in the French. Typically, you play D4 immediately, and black contests the centre with a move D5. But white's played knight F3. He's trying to do something slightly unusual. Now he's taken, so he's transposed. So by transposition, they got into the exchange variation of French. And Gary Kasparov used to play this line with knight f3, which is quite a reasonable line for white. Bishop b5, and then c4, putting some pressure on the centre. d5, and now after a6, bishop c4, black played a very solid move, queen e7. A very solid chess by both players so far.
Yeah, I mean, bishop takes c4 isn't the main move. One move just worth considering is obviously bishop a4. The idea is that white's trying to win the knight on c6, and then black would have to play pawn b5. If you move the bishop, then the knight's free to move. So if you capture on c6, the idea is that black can capture on a4, and eventually these pawns will probably drop off on a4 and c4, but the white pawn on c6 is also likely to be lost, and you end up with a roughly balanced position. So that line is regarded to be approximately equal.
Sure. So black played queen e7 and...
So white actually captured on c4 after the move a6.
Yeah.
So now the knight is no longer pinned.
Can I just go bishop e3 there, Nick? Is that a move?
Yeah.
And
He doesn't like it that much, but you probably have to move the knight now.
You're going to go knight e5. Maybe I should go bishop e2 then. Maybe I should just drop the bishop back. And after knight e5, then I just castle. But I don't really see any advantage here for white. Just knight f6.
Yeah, it's been a probably not a great opening choice from Jude. He's not putting any pressure on Harry, and long term that d pawn could become a bit of a weakness as well.
Yeah.
So I think Harry's quite comfortable with this opening.
Yeah. So it feels like he's already equalised.
I think if you're going to play the exchange French, you probably shouldn't go for this bishop check and c4 stuff unless you really have studied it quite heavily. You should just play some normal developing moves and get a position.
But it doesn't really matter what you play against Harry. He's well prepared in every eventuality, right?
Yeah, so I guess you could just play something safe if that's your game plan.
Mm,
Looks like Jude was looking for a safe option with the exchange French, but he's played it in a way that has given Harry a bit of a preparation advantage.
sure. Okay, so let's move on to. We come back to that game. Let's move on to game 5, which is Ami, who's obviously a good player and he's been doing very well recently. We mentioned before that he tied for first with Pragananda in the London Chess Classic FIDE Open. I'll probably, if I had a pound for every time I mention that during this year's broadcast, I'll be a very rich man. But okay, in this position, this looks like a G3 King's Indian.
G3 Grunfeld, I think.
Mm, yeah, and it's black to move. So in this position, I feel like the theoretical move is probably pawn to E5.
Yeah, so maybe I could just quickly just cover this from slightly earlier.
Yeah, sure.
Um, after so a slightly unusual move order, but this position can be reached in Grunfeld via sort of different move orders. So this move E3 is a move, and you if Black plays E5 now, then you want to play D5, and then when the knight moves somewhere, you play E4.
Sure.
So Black plays sometimes this sneaky little waiting move, rook E8, and then it's not always that clear if you want to play D5 anyway.
Yeah.
Black has like more options. So the idea of H3 is, well, it seems like quite a slow move, but I'm guessing that he's waiting for Black to play E5 so they can play D5,
Sure.
and then if the knight moves somewhere, wherever it moves to, can play E4, or Black can play knight A5, I guess, and try and play for C6. That might be another way of playing.
Yeah.
So I think it's a bit of a waiting game. Sometimes you get this waiting game where no one really wants to commit. White doesn't want to play D5 just yet, and
You know what? You know what is? It's like a game of chess. You know,
yeah, it's
it's
just like
almost like a
chess.
game of chess, right? I mean, like the football commentators say.
You're waiting for the other person to blink first, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah. It's like the phony war. Was that in the Second World War? I think it was a phony war before the Battle of Britain or something like that.
Yeah.
Start to. So Balaji's thinking. Looks like Amit's left the board. He's gone for a straight. He normally has a cup of coffee with him. I think Amit's one of these caffeine addicts, possibly.
Okay.
Do you normally have a cup of coffee when you play, Nick, or you don't really bother?
I don't really drink coffee at all, to be honest. I notice you're a fan of coffee, aren't you? £4 coffees.
Well, there's a really good. I mentioned the latte here.
You're like the
is insane.
salesman for
Yeah,
the coffee here.
The Warwick Arts Centre. If you're ever in the Warwick Arts Centre, have a cup of coffee because there's a really good coffee here. What about tea? Are you like a tea fan?
Yeah, sometimes I drink tea.
And what about the tea bag, in or out? Are you one of the, like? Because I often leave the tea bag in now
Oh,
because
do
I'm
you?
just too lazy to take it out.
No, I
So
normally take it out.
it's better to take it out, I think.
Mm.
Okay, so Balaji's thinking. What do you think he'll play? You think he'll play?
Well, I mean, E5 is definitely one of the moves he's considering, but I'll try to think if there's any other useful move he can play here. Is there A5? Is that a useful move, or is there
H6 might be a move as well. I think
feels a bit yeah.
obscure, right? A5. I like your A5.
I don't know. I'm trying to find something that actually does something useful. If you don't want to commit to playing E5, you either just go for it. But I wonder if is there ever an opportunity for Black to play E5? Okay, I don't know if this is going to be rubbish or not. But can I just look at this line E5, D5, and then E4? Is that ever a move?
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of a game Magnus Carlsen versus Anish Giri.
But it probably doesn't quite work here, does it? It probably isn't quite happening. But maybe if you can somehow prepare it a bit better, he might
I
be
think
able
you
to.
could take, right?
Yeah, I don't think it quite works here. Yeah,
Well, I suppose you could interpose queen takes, but the problem is that after this,
no, that's really bad, isn't it? You can't even take on C6.
you can't take on H3 because I'll
Yeah.
take on B7. So
It's not happening here, but it's an idea which both players are going to have to consider each move.
by the way, we've had interesting development. Are we allowed to go to board 6? But we haven't got a live feed for it. I don't think.
Sure, let's
Let's
go.
Let's go. So apparently Black is already clearly better here, which is or better.
This looks like
Which is
in
interesting.
English, doesn't it? Is it C4, E5?
Yeah. So I think he's your tip. It's a great tip, Bazakusta.
Only because he gives me a hard time.
Yeah, he's good. I mean, he's good. We said yesterday he's probably one of the best young players in Europe. So young chess players in Europe.
But this is all standard theory so far.
And normally white tries to undermine the centre with d3,
You
but
can do,
black
yeah.
is yeah, knight a6 is a great move, I think.
I think this
Just
is still like quite a standard.
yeah.
Knight,
Not
yeah.
sure about knight e3. Maybe castles was more standard.
Because I guess you could then move the D pawn at some point, couldn't you?
Yeah.
D3 or
I
D4.
want to go d3 because I want to challenge
Yeah.
this very strong pawn.
Yeah, knight E3 is maybe a slightly dubious move. Yeah,
Possibly shows a lack of theoretical knowledge.
because
He's
now he's
gone
kind of mixing it
d3,
up a bit, probably, isn't he?
and now black is thinking, but it seems like black already has a very comfortable game.
I wonder if black could get a. Well, he could obviously try and target this queen. The problem is that sometimes when the queen gets attacked, I mean, where's the queen going to move to now? You put the knight in the way, so um,
What you mean, the white queen? You
the
mean?
white queen. If we can somehow attack that queen, I don't know whether we play. Do you play bishop e6 or do you just go for knight before straight away? Maybe go bishop e6 and rook d8 or something.
Well, I need to castle, so maybe I should castle immediately. It feels like.
I mean, you could do. There's another
Yeah,
option
it
there.
feels like a natural move. Always, I don't. Have you ever heard of the theory of the only moves, Nick?
Yeah, I think you've told me this one before.
Have
Where
I
when
told
you've
you?
got like an only move with a certain piece, you tend to do that one
You
first.
play that, and then you get
Yeah,
more information from your opponent. So I
yeah,
feel like I'm always going to castle kingside there because it's a good move, brings a rook into play. So I might as well do it first before, and then I've think about whether I should go bishop e6 or knight b4. If you give me a bit more, if you go
sure.
a3, obviously I'm not going to go
I
knight
mean,
b4.
White's probably going to castle, isn't he? Most likely.
Probably going to castle, and now maybe now I go bishop e6, right? Which I feel. I mean, there's also queen h5 ideas as
Yeah,
well.
sometimes you can play, but maybe you can play queen h5 later. I mean, are you rushing to play queen h5 and bishop h3? I'm not sure.
But it's just hard now for white to develop because how do you get your pieces out? Like if you go b3, then the knight on c3 looks very loose.
Yeah, I think knight e3 was probably just a bit premature, wasn't it, in this opening?
Could be under pressure. Could be a maybe early clubhouse 2 out of 2 for Bazakusta, starting to look like a favourite. Right. Should we scroll down a bit and see some of the other pairings?
Sure, yeah.
And okay, so how about I think we got to let's have a look at your brother and see how he's doing against Frankie Badasconi. And so far we've had
I see Harry Greaves still on the camera. Do you think anyone's going to out-prepare Harry Greaves this tournament?
nope.
Do you know? They might do. Someone will have him in the tank.
If they don't, he might well win the tournament because chess is people say don't bother to study the opening. You've got to study the opening, guys, because it's such an important phase of the game. Knight d5. Yeah, I quite like the way both players are playing here. b5,
And this is
a4.
quite a double-edged way for black to play, isn't it? I mean, you're giving white quite a good control of the centre, but you have obviously grabbed that pawn. So I think Richard's playing this in a way to try and win with black, isn't he, against
Yeah,
Frankie?
I read this book recently. It was by a guy called Ivan Cheparinov, who's Bulgarian chess player, and it was about sacrificing a pawn. So there were 2 books that were released by Jacob Agard, sort of, which quality chess, and one was like how to win with an extra pawn by Sam Shankland, and there was like a companion book almost where it says, how to play position where you sacrifice pawn. And in these kind of Catalan's structures, Cheparinov said, don't bother to go a4 if your opponent's already gone like a6, bishop b7. So if they're already set up against it, don't bother with a4. But here, black has to sort of maybe meet that somehow. So
Because Cheparinov was very close with Topalov for a long time, wasn't he? Studied with him, and Topalov's obviously an incredibly aggressive player, so they're always looking for quite attacking lines.
Yeah, I quite like White's position. I play these kind of murky, I love these kind of murky Catalan pawn sacks. So I'd probably take White here, but black could possibly just castle. Is that an option?
Yeah, I sort of slightly prefer having the initiative as well, and I think Richard's actually a player who prefers the initiative himself. He quite often plays pawn sacks. It's a little bit out of character for him to actually grab the pawn and try and hang on to it. But maybe I mean the Catalan's quite a tough opening to play aggressively against, isn't it? I mean, how could you play aggressive lines against the Catalan? Maybe he just figured his best chance to win is to just grab the pawn and just try and hang on to it.
So after castles, what do you think White would play? Maybe simply castle themselves, I guess, would be an option, or maybe take the pawn on b5.
If you take on b5, how's that all going to work out?
So I guess black would probably have to take here, and after this they would take back. But then white would have the bishop pair, but black would be very quickly playing bishop b7. Maybe a move like queen b1 could be an option.
Yeah, and then you've got ideas to.
A little bit dubious.
I guess black could just defend the
Yeah,
b5
probably just
pawn.
defend that, yeah. Okay, so that's really in the mix. We don't know. There's going to be a real
I mean,
mess.
there's e4 at some point for white, isn't there? That's
Yeah.
always a key move to consider.
Yeah.
I'm not saying now, but like that's always
You
on the
could
cards.
consider it, right?
Yeah.
You could definitely consider it. I mean, we mentioned that yesterday with Stanley, who also played like a murky Catalan.
Yeah.
And maybe you went e4 too early because that blocked the bishop.
I think in that game white played e4, but there was no knight on d5.
Right.
Whereas at least now you're
Yeah.
gaining time off the knight.
Your memory is better than mine because I can't. I just remember he went e4.
He went sort of e4 and f4,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he wasn't attacking anything. So
Okay. Should we have a look at Yi Chen versus Jack Rudd? Because Jack Rudd is a friend to the commentary room. And
you want to see it before it's over, do you?
yeah, I suspect they'll be in a few minutes, but
Yeah.
if not, okay. So at the moment, white seems to have a little bit of pressure on the queen side, but it's very solid for both sides. I would say there's actually not much going on here.
I mean, this queen b4 move is quite interesting because I mean it's quite a standard plan for white to play. Plays d3 and bishop e3. I'm not sure if I've seen queen b4. I guess it's just a move here.
Yeah.
You're trying to encourage black to capture your queen in order to open up the a file for your rook.
Because a lot of people think this is good for black if you take, but the problem is that actually white has a lot of pressure down the a file. And, how do you resolve that? You have to play like maybe a slightly weakening move like a6, which is not ideal. Knight a6, but then the knight is kind of stuck on that square. If it moves to b4, it might drop the a pawn. So
yeah, I don't really like the knight on a6. It feels a bit misplaced.
So bishop e3. I think this is a line that Korchnoi used to play as white. Queen b4 check, and then knight d2. Black played. So here Yi Chen is thinking, but very solid position. He could simply castle. I think he's probably going to castle because that then bats the issue back to black, because you might then be threatening queen c2 and then gain time with the queen with a3. So
yeah, I mean, I guess Jack just play bishop e7 here. I mean, you don't really want to.
That feels like
waste
a very
too much time.
Jack Rudd move.
Yeah,
right?
but it's apparently not the best move.
Now I'm moving the queen. No, apparently that's bad as well.
I mean, if you take the queen, you get a tempo, but then what are you doing with that tempo? What can you do here?
Maybe knight d4 is an option, or knight b3, or a3. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps you just play slowly with a3 and just try to get some space.
Yeah, that feels good.
This could be slightly better for white.
And then here, maybe. Also, knight b3, knight a5 can be a problem. No, apparently not. Maybe knight d4, Nick.
You just make a suggestion and the computer tells you if you're right or wrong.
Yeah, and most of the time it says wrong.
Yeah.
Bad luck.
I mean, it is very solid for black, though.
It's solid. It's solid, but it feels like, yeah, I mean, Jack is quite a good tactical player, so whether he'd feel completely comfortable in an endgame, not so sure. How about our good friend Simon Williams? Because his games are normally quite exciting, although this one looks a bit dull. And interestingly, he doesn't like his last move. So let's go back to the opening, see what the opening consisted of.
It's all getting quite popular these days. It's sort of knight f3 and e3, isn't it?
This is the Keimer system, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, no one used to play it, but
yeah.
I think he brought out some.
And I think sometimes the idea is to go b3 and bishop b2, right?
Yeah.
And but white played it slightly differently here. So this almost looks like a French exchange, but he took. And now apparently the next move the computer didn't like. So maybe a move like castles would be better, or.
I mean, was queen b3 an option, or is that no good?
Yeah, that's a great shout, Nick. You're sharper than me today. I need my
sure
latte. I need my quick.
You need your £4 coffee.
Yeah. So queen b3 is a great shout. So one of the ideas, if you go queen b6, well, I'm just taking that pawn. This is really bad because I can take with check. So I know like clear pawn up, so it can't be good for black. So yeah, it's quite awkward to defend that pawn, because if you play me like knight b6, I'm assuming white could at least consider a4. It feels like a5 is, yeah, you don't really want to be posed with these kind of problems so early in the game. Now Simon, I feel like he's probably out of his prep because if he was still in his prep, he probably wouldn't have played d4 because surely the computer wouldn't have guided him in that direction.
I mean, they also could end up now in some sort of isolated queen's pawn position, which he might not necessarily like playing because you have to play quite slowly and positionally and maneuver around a lot. And
Mm,
Simon's a bit more of a hacker kind of player, isn't he? So it might not necessarily be his style. Maybe Black will just play bishop e7 and just play solidly here.
yeah, that's another good
I mean,
shout.
you could
Bishop
play
e7.
c4, but then if you play c4, the problem is you might give white some attacking options.
Are
So
there any other options? What about taking?
yeah, you
No,
could take.
taking it. So apparently, yeah, maybe c4's c4's the move.
Yeah,
But whether he'll find c4, I'm not convinced because it doesn't look that obvious.
I
But
mean, White's always got either e4 or b3 at some point. Some these pawn breaks to watch out for.
so I think the idea behind c4, Nick, is that you've got this ambitious idea of going bishop b4 and playing quite strategically, and then taking on c3 and really limiting what white can achieve in the position. Because a lot of chess is about stopping your opponent's ideas. White wants to go e4, like you mentioned, or b3. Now that kind of cuts out both those options with one move. So I could play something like this, and then try a3, but you could either take or you could even drop the, well, I'm probably going to take and then put the knight on e4. And actually Black's plan is very obvious here. They want to go b5, a5, advance on the queen side. For White, it's not so obvious what they should do, right?
I think if they did reach a position like this, Simon might try and play a move like knight d2 and f3 and just try and force e4 through
Mm,
because he doesn't want to end
mm,
up. I mean, yeah, well, whether he can do it now, whether he would have done it a few moves
mm,
earlier, he
mm.
doesn't want to end up in a position where he's too passive, does he?
Yeah. Simon would not. Some people might offer a draw if they think they're worse, but Simon's not the sort of guy who would, chicken out that way. He'd probably just keep punting, regardless, right?
I think it's sort of too early. Even people who offer draws quite early, they probably wouldn't do it this early, would they? It's not.
No,
It's not that bad. So
no. Um, Also, you don't know the evaluation during the game. When we're seeing here, the engine is saying that black is better, but um, it's not so clear to me. After the move c4, I wouldn't necessarily, if somebody put you on the spot and said, "Who do you think is better and why?" You wouldn't necessarily say that black is better here, would you?
yeah, exactly. It's hard to say. You just feel
Mm.
like it's quite double edged.
Okay, so that game's very much in a balance, as are most of the games. Let's scroll down and have a look at what about the very good junior Supratit. What board is Supratit playing on?
Not sure.
Oh, he's
I
on
see
board
there's
17, right.
a few people with comments there. I'd like to see Simon do well in this tournament. He would be quite a popular winner, wouldn't he?
Very popular winner.
Mm.
Maybe not with me because of my jealousy issues, but with most people, he would be very popular.
Yeah.
Okay, so this game, Supratit is black. I quite like the way he's played. He's also getting a lot of help from various sources, I think, in terms of theoretical preparation.
I mean, it looks like some kind of fianchetto King's Indian, doesn't it? Where everything's just been exchanged on d4. And these positions are supposed to be like very slightly better for whites. Um,
Mm.
yeah, Queen d3 is quite a standard move. You can play with Queen h4. I've done that before. It's like slightly more loose because your queen side's a bit more
Yeah.
loose. But yeah, it is quite a positional,
I
game.
think Kramnik's played like that before, and sometimes, like Kramnik, mentioned he likes this advice of putting your piece as close to your opponent's king. But I don't really see how White can attack here.
You're mainly just swapping off the fianchetto bishop with bishop
Mm.
h6. You could also play Queen d2 and play b3, but I think Queen d3 is quite a sensible move.
So why is that? Just out of interest, why would that help White? Because it doesn't feel like you can get an attack even after you exchange off the.
But maybe you just, if you swap off that dark square bishop, you take away some of that pressure down the diagonal, which black
Yeah.
might have.
So sometimes that's a very good point, actually. Sometimes it's not just about exchanging off your opponent's pieces to gain an attack. It's also about nullifying, taking the sting out of their position. So okay, we've had some more moves. White's played Queen D3. Black's played move Bishop F5. Looks very natural. Attack.
Yeah, I've always thought it's quite interesting because you're forcing white to play e4,
Mm,
but do you want to force white to play e4? I mean, that is a question
mm.
because I know people do play that. I never like giving my opponent free moves like that. I mean, what do you feel about it? I never like to just give them a free move to play e4 and I've got to move my bishop again.
Yeah, I'm 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 with you there, but maybe he just didn't see another useful move, or maybe he's still in his prep. I agree with you. I
Yeah,
think
it is a
E4.
move. It is a move to try and obviously close down the diagonal of White's bishop, but I feel like e4 is not like a terrible move. I wouldn't mind playing it anyway. So
Mm,
for me, I wouldn't have
mm,
gone for bishop f5, but it is a line, I'm sure.
maybe, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
part
other
of the
moves.
prep.
Maybe Queen A5 was an option, but I mean, just the
Yeah,
base. You got a lot of choice here, but White's slightly better. Whatever, because of this cramping nature of the board
yeah.
on C4, gives White that space edge.
You can play rook b8 at some of these lines to free up your bishop. There are some funny lines where after queen d3,
Yeah.
there are some funny lines where white plays c5 at some point as a pawn sack. I've seen this
Mm,
idea. In fact, it
mm.
might be a move here where sometimes you wait for black to play a6 and c5 is quite a nice pawn sack and you get quite a lot of pressure. So,
Well,
uh,
just to show you that maybe, just to show the audience that maybe
or
this
maybe
kind of
maybe a6,
thing,
a6. I mean a6 for then you might have it.
yeah, but this is probably quite comfortable for black, I would guess, relatively comfortable. This kind of Maroczy bind. What do you think?
I think white shouldn't swap off the light square bishops
Yeah,
because your bishop on g2 is more powerful, but.
right.
But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, obviously the position is quite solid. White should be very slightly better.
Okay, so let's carry on. Uh, there's not much going on the top boards, although Duke Shearsby is apparently worse. So let's go back to that game. They're not loving Jude Shearsby's position. Could it be a case of Hey Jude? Or is that
I think Harry's
the
got his number,
trouble with
hasn't he? You know,
the
it's just
trouble
the
with
opening
Harry?
preparation. Yeah,
Says black to move. So why does it like? Would you consider casting queenside here as black and maybe going for a hack on the king side?
I would consider it, but I probably wouldn't go for it. But would you?
Not really, but I mean, I could simply castle. But I'm wondering about is a move like that possible as well? But it feels a bit, it comes back to what I was saying before about bad strategy in terms of you moving your pieces again. Maybe just simply wants to castle. Yeah,
Yeah.
and black's got a very comfortable game. White would probably bring the knight out to c3. But actually, one idea, Nick, is to maybe take and just go queen e5.
Yeah, Queen E5 is not a bad idea, is it? And then try and create some weaknesses on the king side. Even if you just end up playing Bishop F5, it's
Bishop
just nothing,
f5 is a great
or
shout.
I mean, take the knight first, maybe. So
Take the
just
knight,
to stop knight
yeah,
D4 stuff.
yeah, and then bishop f5.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't like it that much, but it seems all right though.
Maybe this move now is actually very strong. Yeah,
Oh well, okay. Oh
yeah.
yeah,
So,
true actually with a sort of double attack.
so if he castles, so I just out of
Okay.
curiosity, what a knight g4 maybe allows queen a4 ideas. So you castle first, and then
Perhaps
the
knight
most
D2
natural
is
move is knight d2 is maybe dropping d5, right?
so yeah, losing a
Yeah,
pawn already.
knight c3, which is like the most natural move. Knight g4 already has a lot of problems. Like, how do you deal it with this threat? So I think he's thinking about whether he should play knight g4 immediately, but he should follow the classic Gormally advice of efficient development. Fear of the only moves, castle kingside, because
Yeah.
it's a move that you're going to have to play at some point. Don't rush. Don't be impatient. And then later on, because white will probably have to move the knight, then you go for the attack with knight g4.
I mean, it's quite hard to get a good position at the opening with black, so I think Harry's going to be quite happy with this
Very happy
opening.
with this, very happy, and it's a good advert for the French. Actually, it's a good advert for the French fans because a lot of people get discouraged playing the French because of the exchange variation. What's your record like against? Because I know you're a French defence player, Nick. What's your record like against the exchange French when you're being black?
I normally do all right, but I guess most of the players who play the exchange French are lower rated players. So that does, kind of obscure the statistics a bit. Stronger players will generally not go for an exchange French.
Yeah, I mean, I remember there was a very famous game which I believe was played in the early '90s, and it was
Is it short against Gurevich?
well, Gurevich against Short. So
Yeah.
Gurevich is white, and I think he only needed a draw to qualify for the candidates in this zonal tournament. And he played the exchange French, and Short outplayed him in ruthless fashion and beat him in the endgame. Sorry, if you.
But I think the exchange French, there's still quite a lot of play in the position. It's not like you can kill the game off.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think it's a little bit like the exchange Slav. There's maybe a little bit less dry than the exchange Slav, right?
I think so. I think the exchange Slav is a bit more drawish. If white wants to really kill the game off, they might be able to do it. But exchange French is not quite so easy.
Let's go back to Luke McShane. Computer loves his last move, B3. Why does it love B3, Nick?
Well, I guess just securing the C4 pawn.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
there was some knight takes D4s here to watch out for, so B3 just guards against any of those tricks.
so this is a line that I think Magnus Carlsen has also played with White, where you play this bishop B5, take on D7. In this position, Black has an issue with space. They got less space and also generating a plan. Because when you've got past the opening, you're in the middle game, you've developed all your pieces, so you want to play a plan. What's your plan? Now, one plan that Black could potentially employ here, Nick, is to play E6 with the idea of D5. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's quite committal, isn't it? You are weak in your central squares. But I guess if you're going to do it, you have to just do it straight away.
Mm,
But it is a little bit loose.
yeah, I agree with you. Is there anything else that Black could do then? Maybe they could just exchange because once the classic advice is to exchange pieces when you're short of space, but then what's your follow up?
Maybe you can. Well, I wanted to play A6 and B5. I just suddenly get worried
Mm.
about knight A4 actually in that position. If you take, I mean, you always got to watch out for this knight A4, knight B6 kind of plan.
Could I sack the exchange with not and just go knight takes e4 if you go knight a4?
Possibly, that might be an idea. Yeah.
It's definitely something to consider, right? But no, it hates it, so we'll ignore that. Okay, so
So it's just an
after
idea to
knight
watch out
a4,
for.
you could take, right?
Yeah.
No, that's also bad because knight b6 probably intimate. So maybe some move like queen c7 or queen d8. Actually, I think that's some kind
Yeah,
of
Queen D8. I mean, I was thinking mainly if Black had taken on D4 and then played A6, then that's when I was really worried about knight A4. If Black had
mm,
captured the knight on D4 before playing A6, then he could actually get into some trouble. I think with
yeah, because the idea
now
is
knight A4 is really
yeah,
dangerous.
because when I exchange on c6, your rook is on c6 already, right?
Yeah,
So this is it's taking a lot of time here, Pete. As I said before, this is often uh, something that he does where he's a little bit slow in the opening.
yeah. I think this is the kind of position that Luke's happy with. He's got small edge, nothing too dramatic happening, and opportunity for Peter to just burn his clock.
And he's a very good positional player, Luke, and he's very good at, you know, nursing those small advantages. I think we need to look at other games. We kind of haven't touched much on some of these other boards. What about if we go down a bit? We haven't really looked at either Seaver, who's playing against Max Turner. We haven't mentioned him this year. Seaver is playing against Max Turner. And Max Turner, I believe, is a student at Warwick Uni.
I think so. He either is
Mm.
now or he was a student.
And Seaver plays for Warwickshire Select in the Foreign CL, so he's also got a Foreign CL or so I should say, Warwickshire connection. So it's an all Warwick clash, essentially. Um, it's Black to move here. We've got a kind of Ryla Pez. There's not much going on here. It feels like Black's okay, but he's come up with a reasonable plan. Maybe a move like C5 there, gaining space, Nick. What do you think about that move?
Yeah, it's quite interesting how both players have put their knights in front of the king. I tend to find that's quite good for defense and attack.
Mm.
But yeah, certainly C5 is the plan. I mean, White's probably got a slightly more comfortable position because of the pawns in the center of the board, but
Mm.
yeah, Black is solid as well.
Okay, there's not much going on there. Let's have a little look at Peter Robeson's. We haven't mentioned him yet. Peter Robeson, his opponent John Pigott, who's like a senior player, good player, IM, has just taken on C5. I saw Peter Robeson earlier today actually at the they've got massive sports centre further down the road. So if you ever need like a little bit of exercise, get rid of all the tension of sitting down doing a commentary, I suggest go along to the Warwick Sports Centre.
Yeah,
I think we were there
yeah,
yesterday,
it's
weren't
quite
we?
an impressive building, isn't it?
It's massive, it's huge. It's like the size of an airport hangar. You got all sorts of things going on there. You can use the steam room, the sauna, the swimming pool, the gym, Pilates, everything.
But it is quite important to stay fit, isn't it, if you want to be a good chess player?
Yeah, I think so. Especially these days. I think back in the day, people were less cared about that less, and I think I went through a period where I was possibly going out too much drinking, and now as I get older, I realise you can't do that and perform.
So
Anyway,
now your body's a temple, is it?
yeah, desecrated temple. Black could probably take there, and
Mm.
this is looking quite positional. Now you do have a problem with the e5 pawn, so I would imagine that white would probably,
At some point, they're going to have to move their bishop, aren't they? Just defend it.
yeah, probably a move like bishop
Mm.
f1 looks very natural there and very solid for white, very solid for black. So again, not a lot going on there. Let's have a quick look at also Kenneth Hobson and Taran. We haven't mentioned either. This position. We're trying to go through people we haven't talked about yet, and we'll also have a look at board 15, which is Samuel Chow against Livio in a second, because Sam Chow's got a connection with Warwick Uni. So in this position, it's white to play. Now there's a clear threat of, I would say, or certainly a positional threat of going knight f4. I'd be very tempted to go g3 there, Nick.
Yeah, G3 is definitely an option. I mean, you could consider taking the knight. I mean, I don't really like playing those moves, but you could then put a knight on e5. I wonder if that's a plan.
Also possible, yeah. Very solid. So that game, again, is in a balance. Let's have a look at the Sam Chow game. Trying to get through as many games as possible here. Speed games. Speed. So Sam Chow is somebody I think is a professor or in professor in maths possibly at this Warwick University, and he's also a very good player. You know, he's obviously decent. You know, FM probably pretty much IM level, I would say. And
I think he's quite a good online player as well, isn't he? He's good online rating.
Livio is also very. Livio is over 3100 a bullet.
Well, okay.
So he's a proper blitz player.
Some of these people are just really fast at moving the mouse, aren't they?
So you're suggesting that's the only thing they're good at?
No, they're good chess players as well, but they've got that little extra edge.
Yeah, definitely helps
because they're really, really quick.
Okay, so this position again looking
quite solid, isn't it?
I think we should go back to.
Do you mind if I just go down one more? Because actually, there's a boy that I do some lessons with who won a nice game yesterday.
Right, sorry,
If you just go down to about maybe a couple more,
right.
And he won against I think a 22.
Quihan?
No, won down Adam there. He's
Adam Sefton.
So he's playing against Lorenzo Fava, but that's not much happening in that game either.
Yeah, Adam Sefton, not a name in particular familiar with. Lorenzo Fava's been doing very well.
He's been playing well recently, hasn't he?
Very well. Yeah, I think he actually defeated Michael Adams in a recent tournament, so that was very impressive. Okay. Let's have a look at, is there a Bodhana game that we need to feature? Because Bodhana's probably one of the biggest stars in British chess. I noticed he drew the first round. What boards is Bodhana on? Does anyone... I should have done... You can tell I've done a lot of research into this round. Board 27. And sees black against Ionis, who had a great score against a great result yesterday against Stanley. Sorry, against Stanley.
That's the problem. Sometimes you draw your first game and you play against someone who's had a very good draw themselves. So sometimes you actually get another quite tough pairing, don't you?
That's right, absolutely. So in this position, white surely must be thinking about the advanced e4 there, Nick. I mean, that kind of looks like a bit like a semi-Slav type pawn structure.
Yeah, it feels like white should have some advantage, and black normally then has to decide between one of the pawn captures or e5 if they can get away with it. They're the ways to deal with it. You either take on c4 and play e5, or you take on e4, don't you? And
I think if you take here, this seems a little bit problematic.
You could maybe take and play knight f6, and then you might be able to go for c5.
Yeah. Bodhana's
normally bishop c2
behind on the time, and then c5, and that feels quite natural for black.
And you might be able to equalize.
Yeah. Bodhana is somebody who tends to play quite classical structures as black, tends to play like Slavs and stuff like that, and Karakhans. So he'll be fairly comfortable here, I would have thought. Even though she's a bit, as Paul Bloom mentioned in the audience, she's a bit short of time in terms of clock situation, but she's a very good blitz player, so I don't think she'll be too concerned. E4, E5 is also a line, like you said, mentioned that.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like in this position you can't get away with it, but sometimes you can. Probably because the bishop's on B2, it makes
Yeah,
Makes it
but
hard to
I
play.
quite like your either the suggestion of taking here, maybe also taking
Sometimes you
here
can take and play e5.
is also feels playable for black because knight g5 I can simply meet that with probably with rook e7, and I don't see an issue, and I'm ready to kick your knight. In general, you don't want to give up your knight, your two pieces for the rook. I mean, I think it's a typical amateur mistake that. I don't know what you think, Nick, but we
Yeah, definitely knight and bishop
yeah,
are more powerful than a
and
rook
more
and
powerful in the
pawn.
middle. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. Uh,
Is Richard playing? Can we find his game?
I think we have looked at Richard's game already,
Oh yeah,
but
sorry.
let's go back to it. Um,
Against Frankie, yeah, that was it. We looked at that one, didn't we?
let's go back to it. So we've got this position on the board. It's white to play. Black has put the pawn on a5. So he's ready. He's quite ambitious. Typically, by Richard, he's quite an ambitious player. The way he plays, I think his idea is after takes, probably going to
Yeah,
take
probably
here
bishop c3. Yeah.
and then take back, and then he's got ideas of simply developing with bishop e7. So white would need to find a useful plan. Now knight looks very good on e5, but how do you follow it up as white? I'm going to go for an early shout. I'm going to go for an upset win for Frankie. Only because I think like this is a dangerous
You tend
position.
to pick on Richard a bit, don't you?
No. I'm not picking on him in this game. I just got a gut feeling. I think Frankie's that's a nasty pairing, especially with black. I think with white, I'd fancy Richard to win that.
Okay.
But I just liking white's position a lot here.
Okay. I'll probably go for black win.
I've got to be careful because what I said last year, I got a bit of stick. Yeah, from okay, but yeah, I don't know. It's very much in a balance, but it's certainly a game where I don't think it's going to end in a draw. I think it's going to be a win for one player or another. But yeah, white needs to come up with something useful as well.
I mean, whether you might play e4, then that could be an idea.
Yeah, I'd be very tempted with e4 because I like the fact that if you take, I'm going to take with tempo. And you move the bishop back here. What's my follow-up? Maybe I don't have a great follow-up. That's the only issue. Could I take here and then go e5 actually? Maybe that's my use.
Yeah, possibly bishop d6 is not the right square. But yeah, it does feel a little bit uncomfortable for. I mean, maybe black doesn't have to take on c3. It does feel a little bit uncomfortable for black in that position. Yeah, that's probably stronger.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
Also, you have ready with f6 or knight d7. Bishop e3, knight d7 possibly. Seemed quite good. So I think a lot will depend on the next few moves. You know, if Frankie navigates them well, then he's going to have a good chance. If he doesn't, then maybe Richard starts to become the favourite. So that's going to be key. What about the game on board 3? Let's go back to that. So, wow, e6. Computer loves that. Looks kind of a natural move. But there is an issue with maybe knight h4, maybe.
It does feel like black's a bit cramped here, doesn't it, still?
I do think with Andy, he's quite a solid player, understands pawn structures pretty well. So you will need to come up with something special here to break down his defence. Maybe a move like knight h4 is an idea. But then knight e7, I guess. And you're holding, and you're ready. Maybe, I guess black is going to castle queenside, right?
You'd imagine so. Would you take that bishop on g6?
Well, I'm definitely tempted to. You know, my impulsive hands are reaching out for the knight, right? So I'm taking, but how do I follow up? Maybe something simple like queen f3. No, hates that move. Why does it hate that move? Looks very natural, but apparently that's a mistake.
I'm trying to look for some sacrifice like bishop d3, but I can't quite make it work.
Yeah, it's just
Then
not
knight
ridiculous.
f4, though, knight f4 might just be good for black. There's no real follow-up here.
Yeah,
you can get a check on g6, but it's just a check, isn't it?
This is just not really threatening black at all. And Karpov would love this position as black.
Yeah.
So his king was very safe. That's not an issue. So going back to his position, maybe knight e2 is an option.
Feels a little bit awkward, doesn't it, to be a knight e2, but might be a good move.
Yeah, because I'm 70. Actually, maybe I'm going to go C3. And also, I'm going to hit the queen, maybe Queen D3 and Bishop D2 is happening quickly. So apparently, Knight E2 is quite nice for white, but not anything special. So we've had some more moves. I think he has gone Knight H4, so I would expect Knight E7 now. We could see that line on the board. Shreyas is quite an intimidating player now because he's so young and he's also very good.
Yeah, and he's quite fearless as well, isn't he?
He's quite fearless and he's very confident, very self-confident. So somebody that you wouldn't want to face, right? Especially so early in the tournament, and he's trying to get into the tournament. It's a tough pairing for him. What would your prediction be on this game?
I'll probably have to go for a white win. What do you think?
I think so. That's definitely the most likely result. But
I'm not
I
sure.
could see Andy holding. You know, maybe not winning, but I could definitely see him getting a result. I think if he finds Knight E7, he's probably going to have a good chance of holding.
There's still quite a long way to go in this game.
Okay, let's move on to another game, Nick. What do you think?
Sure.
Okay.
Can we see what happened in the Richard Bates against Michael Adams game? Because
sure.
Michael Adams did go for that early A6. If we go back to move
Right.
move 3, just see what his idea was. So I think Richard Bates stuck to his Catalan principle and played G3 anyway.
And you called this
So
because
he's
you said that Adams was playing his tricky move order and he wants to grab the pawn, and this is looking quite double-edged. A little bit like the Frankie versus Richard game, that it's white's, you know, I mean, I've played so many games for black form where I've sat next to Richard and he's sacked a pawn in a Catalan.
Yeah.
And it just seems to happen a lot. But
he knows what he's doing in those positions, doesn't he? I was actually a bit surprised that Michael Adams ended up putting the knight on F6 because I feel like you're transposing into lines which is quite comfortable with.
Right.
And I wondered if there was just some way to play it differently, just to handle the position.
So how does black develop now? What would you think black's going to play now? He's a pawn up, so you know. That's
the knight on C6 is a bit loose, isn't it?
What about me like Bishop E7? How bad is that?
I mean, I guess white just carries on slowly, does he?
Bishop, what's your candidate move? Bishop B2, Bishop A3, Knight Rook D1, Knight E5. What would you?
Yeah, I probably want to move the bishop so that I could put the rook on C1. Maybe Bishop B2.
Sure.
I didn't like it that much, but
okay, let's just randomly.
Bishop D.
No, hates that. What about not that move? Go through.
I don't know.
Okay, let's just check the analysis. Right. Okay, it's actually saying after this, Bishop E7, White should play Knight E1.
Wow. Okay, that's quite a deep move, isn't it?
Very deep move. It's a brilliant idea. So the idea is you're hitting the knight, so you can't just castle because you're going to drop the knight. So you've got to do something about that. Now, Bishop D7, very instructive idea. Knight D3, which makes a lot of sense actually, Nick, because I've got great control over C5. Now your idea, if I go Bishop D2 and Rook C1, I'm going to have really like an iron grip on that C5 square.
Yes, it's sort of quite unusual, isn't it, when you've got all these pieces on the back rank to put another one on the back rank. I don't think that usually works out, but it's the kind of slow position where you can maneuver around a bit.
Because I sort of feel like this is a key moment in the game already, because, you know, certainly when you're playing something like Adams, you need to find the right plan. If you find the right plan with Knight E1, Knight D3, a fairly comfortable position, you're in the game, you're feeling good. However, if you play maybe a more sloppy move, like what I was suggesting, you know, with maybe Bishop B2 or something like this, and you get a slightly worse position, the rest of the game is possibly going to be quite uncomfortable for you.
But even this kind of position, though, it's never that uncomfortable for white, is it? I mean, black has to work hard to win this position.
Very much so, very much so. So it could be another upset on the cards, or maybe a draw.
Maybe a draw.
Draw's quite likely, I would say, but hard to say at this point. It's too early in the game, I would say. A lot depends on the next few moves. I think Harry Grieve is starting to look like a big favourite. Maybe not just to win this game, but maybe to win the tournament. Mind you, I said that he's gone for this line with Knight G4. This is big pressure now.
This is great. He's played it very accurately, hasn't he?
Absolutely. This is very scary for white already. Amazing stuff by Harry Grieve. This could be game of the tournament.
I mean, he's been very precise. His openings have been very strong, haven't they?
I mean, really, what do you play here? I mean, I would feel very uncomfortable here as white. Or how would you feel?
I wouldn't be too happy with this position now. No, you got to watch out because he's got the two threats, hasn't he? Of knight takes f3, followed by winning on something on h2,
Yeah, I
and
mean,
also taking the bishop on e3 as well.
I think it's possible the only move is bishop f4. Um, yeah, because my idea is if you take and then take, well, at least I'm grabbing here, but it's not much fun. But what do you find bishop f4? I think it's sort of position where you're under pressure, but there are ways to stay in the game where your position isn't that bad. Is queen h4 a move here, maybe?
I guess he's going to try and play h3, isn't he? Yeah.
And then you get probably going to get a worse endgame. He's just going to take, and then you're pretty much obliged to take with a queen. No, that's actually a mistake, interestingly enough. Maybe f5 is what it wants instead.
It's not like completely clear how black pushes for the advantage here, is it?
No, no. And is f5 a move then? f5 apparently is a move. Wow. So the idea is, I guess if you come back, you actually maybe going to go g5, g4, or rook f6.
Quite double-edged, isn't it?
It's very double-edged.
I guess Harry just wants a safe advantage. He doesn't really want to be playing g5, g4.
Well, already you have to calculate the move g3 because that's going to win a piece, right?
Yeah.
So you're committed to, if you play a move like g5, you're committed to piece. Is rook f6 the move just to discourage g3? Nope. So is bishop e5 or bishop d6? I mean, bishop d6.
I mean, that's a safe move, isn't it? Drop the bishop
I like
back.
bishop d6, and that's very nice for black. And also, actually, you can simply go bishop d7. And the great thing about f5 is actually you're controlling the e4 square, so it's very difficult for white. You're controlling that knight really well. You can't go to b5, you can't go to e4 to put pressure on the bishop. If white could magically exchange that knight for the bishop on d6, I think they've got a good position.
Yeah, I think the good thing about f5 is, I said, you do create the threat of g5, g4, but you don't need to commit to it just yet because it's very, very risky.
But I mean, white, I feel like has to play it fine though. He has gone bishop f4, yeah. So
That's
we
a good
could see
move.
this line again on the board. That's great defense by Jude, by the way. Like anything else was just big trouble, I think. So it's kind of process elimination. You had to go bishop f4, and now probably going to see that line on the board with f5. Interesting that I think there's quite a good chance that Harry might actually go for that endgame as well, even though the engine didn't like it. Do you think he might just go for this and say, look, I've still got maybe a tiny edge and reasonable chances to convert, or you think this is too
I think
much of a
it
cop
depends how he's feeling, doesn't it? I guess if he wants to play safety first, then this is quite safe. But if he's feeling like he wants to win the tournament, he probably.
But again, we're looking at
a bit more adventurous.
We're looking at the engine evaluation. It's saying that f5 is much stronger, but they don't know that at the board, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So they might think this is actually a better try for black.
Well, you could sort of evaluate this position as being maybe a tiny bit better for black. It's not objectively winning for black.
No.
Whereas the other line, I guess it's harder to
more
call.
ambitious.
Yeah.
It's more ambitious. Yeah. So that's very interesting to see what he goes for. He's having a good think about this. I think he's probably going to take on f3. He looks like he's a bit stressed there, whereas Jude looks super relaxed. Super. Who's the most cool chess player? Because Rene Butler, I always have to mention Rene. I ran into him earlier. He's in the minor section of the under 1500 of the rapid play. He's in the rapid play, and he typed in who are the coolest chess players to ChatGPT. He asked this question, and apparently it spat back the coolest English chess players, and it said Nigel Short was number one. Then it was Danny Gormally.
Are you sure they asked for the coolest?
Yeah. So I'm number two. You know, I think Harry must be up there. Jude must be up there. They must be. Who would you say is the coolest chess player? Not just English.
Coolest in laid back, or cool as in
like a cool person. Cool person. Yeah.
I don't know. I think there are some quite good personalities in the chess world, aren't there? I guess it's quite a lot of them are big name players, aren't they? Some of the players on the top boards quite well known.
Ali Reza, I would say, would be up there, because isn't he into all this fashion and something? Ali Gucci, I think that was
All
his.
right, yeah.
Ali Reza Gucci, I think that was his nickname. So yeah, Harry's thinking about taking on F4, and that's going to be, yeah, quite a good move, I think. And okay, so let's leave that game just for now. Shall we move back?
But if you're talking about cool as in like laid
Mm.
back, you think Jude is up there in terms of being quite laid back, do you?
Well, we don't know that much about him, let's be honest. But
Yeah.
obviously, he's quite a young player. He seems to be doing well. I think he's good friends with Stanley Badasconi and a lot of these other younger players. So
Who do you think doesn't really get very stressed at the chessboard? I mean, Mickey doesn't probably get that stressed, does he?
he doesn't look that stressed, but it's like a duck. There's stuff going under the water.
Okay.
Speaking of ducks, have you heard my duck story from Warwick Uni?
I haven't heard it. No, go
No,
on.
2015, I was paired against David Howe, and obviously I was terrified, right? And every day I would go down to the duck pond. There's a duck pond down here, and there was like a tiny little sort of like ugly duckling kind of younger duck that would come up to me. And that day I was feeling really despondent because I had to play David and I was black. And then just at the last minute, that little duck arrived and saw me, and I knew that that day was going to go well, and I ended up drawing that game. Mind you, I
Okay.
was +5 at the end, so it obviously wasn't,
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's your lucky charm.
are you a fan of ducks, or you don't really like? We're going on
What,
to more obscure topics now.
what, feeding them or eating them?
Uh, well, both, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got this position. So we're thinking Queen H4 is a big plus for black. Will he find this line with F5 though? Because
I mean, maybe by process of elimination, you might come up with it.
we could also play simply go F5 immediately, and then this is also quite a promising line because you've gone at kind of. I'd be slightly concerned as black that white might go 92, 94 and then target the E6 square. That might be a rerouting because your knight there is actually on a bad square now. It's controlled completely. So at some point in the game, if you've got the time to, you're going to try and reroute that knight.
Yeah, well, you'd like to get the knight into e6, wouldn't you, if you can?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, but looking good for Harry. Let's move on to. Let's have a look at Hebden's game. Thank you, audience, for steering us in the right direction. Uh, where's Hebden? What board is Hebden on? We should know this by now.
Yeah, I don't think we've looked at his game. Obviously, quite a fortunate result. Board 18.
Board 18. So we got Hebden versus David Cummings. David Cummings I played recently in the Isle of Wight tournament. Great tournament in the Isle of Wight. And just name check that again. And I drew with him. He's quite a solid player, and I thought this guy's actually pretty decent. And I think he does get a bit short of time. So Mark, is known to be quite a quick player in general. Might put him under a bit of pressure. I quite like White's position here because I feel like it's got a lot of stored potential. What do you think, Nick?
Well, this is the kind of typical like Carlsbad pawn structure, where White has f2, e3, d4,
Mm.
and Black has the pawns on d7, so d5, c6, b7. And normally in these positions, White would try and play a kind of minority attack, but it doesn't really look like Mark's going for that. And Black typically has slightly more attacking potential on the king side. But again, Black's piece is not that well positioned to actually attack on the king side. So
Yeah.
I think both of them have got to try and come up with their plans now.
Yeah, so Black would be thinking about. I think one of the problems that Black has is what do you do with that bishop? Now, could you go b6 with the idea of putting the bishop on b7?
You could do, but it's quite weakening at the same time.
But how would White take advantage of that weakening?
Well, maybe not immediately, but maybe in the future they could play e4.
Right.
I'm not sure.
But how would they prepare e4? Sorry, I'm putting you on the
We
spot
need
here.
to
This
like
is
get
like
like a
this is like question time. I'm Jeremy Paxman. You're Michael
talk
Howard
to
or something
Chat
like that.
GPT.
Yeah.
maybe just play that knight b3 and just slowly build
Yeah,
up, I guess. Yeah.
Sure, sure. I mean, this actually looks very familiar. It looks like a position I saw very recently. And I think that game in a draw, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So I think they're probably just out of theory. Again, we have so many games now where very rarely do we see games even at this level. I mean, I know this is not elite level, but still, it's quite a high level where very rarely you see somebody winning out the opening. Now we have got a few games where maybe players are close to winning. By the way, board 19, we should mention Lan Yao against a good young player in Kuijiang Han, who's been making a lot of improvement lately. He's probably working pretty hard on his chess. Lan Yao is white, and I played this kid. I think his brother plays as well in a tournament in Paynton about a couple of years ago, and he's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, they
So,
seem to have this sort of isolated queen spawn position again, don't they? With a few of those.
mm,
So typically, white is looking to exchange off some of the minor pieces. If white can successfully swap off maybe two or three sets of minor pieces, then
sure.
she can try and put pressure on the d5 pawn. So I mean, I don't know whether you exchange off straight away or whether you just try to improve your rooks or something instead.
Yeah, I mean the pawn on d5 is an isolated pawn, but one of the reasons why people are quite happy to play these kind of positions black is the fact that it gives you fluid piece play. And as you mentioned, if we get to an end game and I exchange off a lot of pieces, white would generally have an advantage because of this isolated pawn. But at the moment, because there's so many pieces on the board, black has a comfortable game. And if you take on e5, then black would always be looking at some point to release the tension with a move to e4. So it seems like black is doing reasonably well out the opening that game. Um, are there any other? Did Marcus Harvey we haven't looked at today? He's playing against Chris Baker, and it seems quite a nice position for Marcus Harvey playing against I am Chris Baker. I thought Chris Baker might have tried to play one of the senior events, but it's good that he's giving the British a go. A lovely guy, originally maybe from the Bristol area. I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
I
no,
was originally
it's
from
from
Coventry.
it's,
Oh yeah, yeah,
from here, originally from Coventry.
yeah. Thank you for that piece of information.
But
But
yeah,
yeah,
Chris Baker's been playing for years, hasn't he, on the chess scene?
mm,
So yeah, it's good to see that he's still coming and fighting against the best players in the country.
so another local player, originally from Coventry. We've been told by a member of the audience. Has spent time in Bristol. I think now he lives in Crawley. I could be wrong about that. And in this position, it's black to move. So we've got King's Indian G3. What do you think black will play here?
Yeah, I feel like White's got quite a good version of the G3 King's Indian because he's managed to achieve B3 and Bishop B2. So normally, if you're playing Queen A5, you'd prevent White from playing B3.
Right.
So he's probably got quite a good version of it. And Black hasn't captured on D4 yet, which is the standard plan.
Sure.
He can't obviously push the A pawn very easily. So it's like his plans are slightly mixed up here, I think, at the moment. Um,
Mm.
I'm not quite sure how
Yeah.
he's going to untangle this position.
Okay, so we'll come back to that game. I think we should focus a bit more on the top boards. Luke McShane again is pressing. It's just gone A4.
Oh, and Peter Wells actually ahead on time, so
Wow.
that's slightly unusual.
Yeah, so maybe had a bit of a think on the last move, Luke. So he's played A4, which makes a lot of sense. Are you somebody who tends to play quite quickly, Nick, or do you just use your time, or how do you stand on time management?
For me, it really depends on the position. In general, I think I play okay, but when the position is quite difficult or quite complicated, I do sometimes get a bit low on time. But yeah, I find that the games where I get low on time, I tend to have worse results in because it's just very hard to play against good players when you haven't got much time on the clock.
Yeah, somebody did a study. It might have been this guy Kenneth Reagan, and he basically just something to do with if you're short of time, your standard just really goes down a lot. And but at the same time, you got to juggle it because if you've got 25 minutes left, sometimes you play a move too quickly to avoid getting into time trouble, and you miss a better opportunity.
Yeah, it's very tough, isn't it? Time management.
It's very, very tough. Yeah.
I tend to find players maybe if haven't played for a while, or if they're like older players, they might sometimes take a bit too long on some moves, and then put themselves in time trouble later. Whereas if you're quite an active player and you're playing all the time,
Mm.
then it tends to be a little bit more practical.
Okay, so black to play in this position. I mean, the problem is because if you've gone A4, like, what's my plan? I mean, I can't play B5. So, what is actually black's plan here? I mean, are they going to take and then just move the knight, or is that just too primitive?
I don't think you can do that because knight d5 comes into b6.
Yeah. So I can't do that. So that, a lot of the time you get to the right candidate move by process elimination. So well, I could trade on d4, but obviously I can't follow up with 98. What other options
It's
do I
quite
have?
hard actually to move this f6 knight, isn't it? Because there's always this
Mm,
knight d5 move. I mean, perhaps the
yeah.
queen is not well placed.
So maybe you could move the reroute the queen to something like d8, which is probably not the worst move in the world.
Yeah, then you got the option of knight d7 if you want to.
That's often an idea for black, actually. Now I think about it in these positions, knight d7 to c5. So white would think about maybe playing knight d5 anyway, or some kind of move like f4, or is that just too? Again, maybe that's just too slow.
Maybe white would just try and improve the rooks. Do you think? Try to
Rook c1, you mean?
yeah, rook c1, move the queen, bring the other rook to d1. Um, just try and improve his position.
So we could get something like this. Is a bit dull, to be honest. This whole position is a bit dull, but in my
But
opinion.
after knight c5 though, there's pressure on b3, isn't there?
Yeah, but it seems to be that. Yeah, yeah. Maybe you just simply go here and you say, "Look, I don't care. I've gone to c1. I can wait." Yeah, I mean the point is you've got time there as white because black doesn't have any direct threats. They're maneuvering around. I find the hardest part of chess, or one of parts of chess I find most difficult, is when you're maneuvering around.
Yeah, you quite like the concrete plans, don't
I
you?
like concrete plans. I
Yeah.
like, when the forces are meeting. When you're having to shuffle around, I often lose concentration. I get a bit bored. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think that that's something that chess players in general struggle with, or?
I think it depends on the player. I think you're probably quite a direct player, aren't you? Like to,
Mm,
play
mm,
the critical ideas straight away and not mess around.
impatient. Is another way to describe it,
Someone
right?
like Mickey probably just, maneuver around all day, wouldn't he, and wait for a mistake.
Interesting development with the Andy Ledger game because it seems like Shreyas has gone a bit wrong here. Interestingly, so we left it around about here. So instead of 97, which was another good option, black played bishop f5. Now white took. Apparently didn't play a very good move here. Went bishop d3. Computer hates that move. Not sure what he should have done instead. I might have been tempted to go knight e2 directly.
And you're going to put the knight on g1, are you?
Yeah, it's definitely an
It's quite a
option.
long-winded plan.
To go to you control e5 or just to go to e5. Maybe another move is queen f3. I just want to develop the queen side quickly to so I can castle. Bishop e3 might be a move, or queen f3 is another option. But he went bishop d3. Now I'm not quite sure why it doesn't hate that, but now after bishop g7, knight e2, it seems like black is doing quite well here actually. Black is very solid.
I mean, what white hasn't really. I guess white's main plan is to try and get the knight to e5, but it's quite far away from doing that.
It reminds me a little bit of that game we were looking at yesterday with Bazakusta versus
Mannion, was it?
yeah, because we had the same similar set of minor pieces where you've got the knight, the two bishops and the knight against two knights and the bishop. So the question is like, how would white open up the position here? I mean, I'd probably play me like king h1, Nick.
Yeah, it's quite a slow plan, isn't it? I mean, can black ever get his knight to e4? I mean, it's going to take a while. I have to castle and move the queen, knight c8, knight d6.
Yeah,
Again, if black can get
that's
the knight to
very,
e4, then are we well
very,
placed?
yeah. Maybe would you castle kingside or queenside here? I'd probably
Probably
castle
king. Yeah, I
kingside.
think kingside.
Because if you castle queenside, which is very tempting, it's probably not bad at all. At least white has like an active plan and maybe attacking on the queen side. Maybe a move like b3, a little bit weakening though when I play c4. So maybe I would simply go c3 and just c3 and b4 and a4 is as an attacking plan. Whereas if you cast on the king side, yeah, I could play c3 and b4, but at least I'm not attacking your king when I start. Maybe something like this and a4. Yeah, so I think this is very much in a balance this game. But it seems like Andy's doing quite well, and I quite like your idea of moving the queen and fiddling around this knight. This is a great plan, actually. Really, if I get that knight to e4, I'm very worried there as white. I don't like that having that knight on e4. Also, there's all sorts of pawn breaks for black, like c5. You have to calculate on every move. Bring the rook to e8. What do you think?
Yes, I think the next few moves are going to be crucial, aren't they? as
Yeah, yeah.
both players are rushing to improve their pieces, especially the Knights.
A lot of people tip Shreyas Royal to win the British, but there is a gap from Adams and McShane Brayton gap. So I know he's been playing very well, but this is a key game. He's there's a lot of pressure on this game, so it's not guaranteed he's definitely going to win the British this year. Shreyas, I definitely think he'll win the British at some point in his career. That's almost a certainty.
Well, you say that, but the younger players are even stronger, aren't they? Arguably, I mean, the
Yeah,
likes of
you mean
Super Tit
Super Tit
Bertana
and
they
Bodhana?
might go past him, so he probably needs to try and win it at some point
Yeah.
in the next 5 to 10 years, I
Do you
think.
think do you think that they might move on to like even better things though? Because we had like we mentioned this with Michael Adams that he in the peak of his career wasn't really playing the British, and if you're like an elite player, you're probably not going to play the British. I mean, David Howe now he's doing commentary. Someone mentioned David Howe is a very cool guy. I agree. I met David Howe a couple of weeks ago at Heathrow Terminal 3. Proper gentleman. Okay, wasn't to drop off a bag of money, was it? You know.
A bag of money for you.
Yeah. Okay, so this game, Shreyas Royal, Andy Ledger, very interesting developments. And also Black is better on the board 4 game as well. So Richard Bates, Michael Adams is very much in the balance. So we've got Bishop E7 on the board. So we know that the top move here is Knight E1. But White could also simply play Bishop B2, Knight BD2.
I mean, if Richard Bates finds 91, I'll be very impressed.
The scanners might go off at that point. He's got his hand covering his mouth, so maybe he's got some secret code.
And that is quite a hard move to find. Well, you've really got so many pieces on the back rank.
Yeah, it's interesting that Adams here he's not left the board, even though it's not his move it's not his move at this point. He's really putting the concentration in, putting the pressure on his opponent. I always find that when someone's sitting opposite me and I'm trying to think, that's putting me under a little bit of extra psychological pressure, right?
But he always does that, doesn't he? He's like laser focused on the game. He doesn't, want to waste any time. Just tries to maximize his chances all the time.
Yeah.
And a very professional attitude.
Is that why he's so strong at classical, you think? Well, I mean, strong player, full stop.
I mean, he takes all his opponents very seriously. He doesn't...
ultimate professional.
Exactly.
Probably. Yeah. So 91's a really good move, but not obvious. I think Richard might simply go Bishop B2, Knight BD2. I think he'd be obviously fairly happy about the outcome in this opening.
He's probably used to this kind of position, isn't he? So it's nothing surprising for him.
Should we go on a little break for a while? Or sorry, yeah, Don in the audience, yeah. I thought you said he had a big racing tip. Yeah. He had a big what? Sorry.
Big rating jump.
Oh, rating jump. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's great advice actually, because I remember Sokolov, and I think Ivan Sokolov is quite good friends with Michael Adams, and I remember him talking about this back in the day, and he was saying how a lot of players are sort of like walk around or they look at other games, and because you're looking at other games, that's breaking your concentration. If you've got that concentration at the board, there's something as well that I would say would stand out with someone like Bodhana as well. So he's got that level of concentration at the board as well, where he's not walking around like a lot of other junior players are and getting bored. So he's really hyper focused. But maybe we should go on a break for like 5 or 10 minutes. Nick, what do you think?
Are you going for your coffee break? Are you?
Well, I need some food as well, mate. I'm about to collapse.
Okay then.
All right. Okay, so we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
いいか、現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
What do you get when you choose MPL? For one thing, specialist welding, which can be incorporated into your wider project or requested as a one-off. Then there's sheet metal fabrication that realises your vision with precision. We can collaborate with you to create rapid prototypes. Powder coat your metal for the highest level of aesthetics, protection and performance. And plasma cut aluminium, steel and stainless steel to your specs, guaranteeing quality every time. It's how we deliver production runs of practically any size. Build smarter. Contact MPL Fabrications today.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Very exciting British Championships unfolding in round two. We've got Luke McShane, his white against Peter Wells. By the way, I just got an iced latte at the break. This is great. These. Sorry, everybody, my mic disconnected there, but we're back in the British Chess Championships live commentary. So Luke McShane is putting the pressure on. So when we left it, Nick, Luke McShane was behind on the clock, but now Peter Wells has overtaken him. So Peter Wells seems to have quite a solid position, but he's just using too much time. This is always a problem with Pete. Gets into time trouble, puts himself under pressure. What do you think about his chances here?
Yeah, I think he really just needs to be a bit more practical at this stage. There's still quite a few moves to go until the time control. You just can't afford to get too far behind on time, especially against a player of the quality of Luke McShane. So I think he needs to just try and come up with a plan and play it. But he is actually getting a bit stressed out a bit when you look at him on the screen.
Yeah.
I think he just knows he needs to move, but sometimes you just can't bring yourself to play anything because it's not completely obvious what plan to go for. Maybe there's nothing which completely equalizes for black. I mean, white's got this kind of Morozzi bind type pawn structure in the center, slightly more space, and actually white's improving moves are slightly easier than black. So I'd say you can bring his rooks into the center, improve his queen, control some of these central squares. So black has to come up with some kind of plan, otherwise white will just slowly improve and
Did I simply go
squash
knight
black.
d7? Is that an option?
That's definitely a good option. I think that was an idea we looked at before to try to maybe
Yeah.
put the knight on c5. But yeah, I think he's just got to do something. He can't afford to get too far behind on time.
I mean, when I played Peter, often, it's not like he's just sitting there thinking about nothing, right? Thinking about what he's going to have for dinner tonight, whether he's going to have the pizza or he's going to have the, chicken and chips or whatever. He's thinking about variations, right? He often sees his stuff, and I've never even was thinking about that in the game, right? But as you say, you've got to balance the practical with the, after say 97, for example, you bat the ball back to white, and then white has to think about something constructive.
I mean, Peter's a bit of a perfectionist. He can play incredibly accurate moves for long periods of time. I mean, I've had several games against him where he's found the top computer move, for like 10 moves in a row. So he can play really accurately, but it's just that practical side of things when you get low on time. as a time control approaches, that's when you can start having some problems.
I think Luke McShane might play with like Rugby 1 there because it's just a useful move. It's like a prophylactic Karpovian type move where you're already defending b3. So black puts the knight there. Now you have the option of maybe moving the queen where you don't need to defend b3. You could maybe move the queen to either c2 or d2.
Yeah, you might prefer putting it on d2 because you won't be attacked by knight b4 in the future, and then you can think about also bring his other rook to d1 at some point.
I think he's going to try and attack on the king's side. He's going to try and go bishop h6 and f4. You're right, Peter looks very stressed on the webcam. And he's going more and more into himself. He's really sort of, it's almost like he's very nervous and doesn't look comfortable at all. Luke McShane looks incredibly calm, just wandering around like he's on a holiday, which he is. I mean, we're all on a holiday here. The beautiful Warwick, one of the beautiful parts of the country. Come to Warwick, people,
Did you actually treat a chess tournament as a holiday? I mean, if you're playing, it's quite intensive, isn't it?
My whole life is a holiday, mate. I'm on a permanent 18 to 30 holiday, forever.
You just play some chess in the meantime.
But it is true, as a chess player, you can maybe lapse into that kind of a little bit too much holiday. Recently I played a tournament in Sitges in Spain, and it's such a nice place, and it felt a little bit like the British Chess Championships, the way the British Chess Championships used to be. You go to Torquay, you go to these sort of holiday destinations like Scarborough and Torquay, and it was almost like it was a holiday, right? But you got to tune in and you got to play. And you're right, I think about the stress factor. When you're playing, it's never that much of a holiday. You see that on the stream. Peter looks very stressed.
I think people spend a lot of time preparing for games as well, don't they? They prepare for the games and then you play the games. It's quite a lot of hours in a day. I don't really find chess tournaments that relaxing, to be honest.
You told me before you're not particularly a great fan of preparation. You've done it before. I think it depends. Some people love preparing, but when you've done it for years, often you just end up looking at lines you've looked at before.
I mean, I think it would be better if there was a shorter amount of time before the game when the pairings are released.
2 rounds a day.
Yeah, 2 hours a day, or even just release the pairings 1 hour before the game.
Release the Kraken.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so I think White, I like White's position here, and also you have the option of attacking on the king's side, maybe with f4, f5. Let's move on to the Richard Bates game. Yeah. Yeah. So we had a question from our audience. What's your name, sorry? Mark Page said he thinks that the move 92 might have just been playing against Luke McShane's time trouble. What a cynical thought. But I don't completely agree with that, because I think that there is some logic to that. Because White has a space advantage, we're taught to retain as many pieces as possible. Black should try to exchange pieces to try and reduce the space advantage. I think Black was ready after their last move, Queen D8. Maybe they were ready with the maneuver knight takes followed by knight D7, because no longer can you play knight D5, or knight D5 is not as effective. So I think knight E2 actually makes a lot of sense, because as I say, White also wants to maybe attack on the king's side with moves like F4, knight G3, F5.
It's true, actually. His last couple of moves, A4 and knight E2, are designed to stop Peter's plans.
Yeah.
So he's trying to work against Black's plans. And that's actually part of the game, is it try to stop your opponent having any easy plans. And that's obviously costing Peter a lot of time on the clock as well, because he doesn't have any clear plan to go for.
Sure. Right, we're going to switch to the Richard Bates game. By the way, it's loving Ricky Bates' position.
Did he play knight E1?
At some point he did, yeah. So
not straight away,
Not
though.
straight away. So he went for bishop D2. Apparently knight E1 immediately was better, but now White has got this planning with knight E1, which is a great plan. So it hits the knight there. Maybe Mickey missed this move or underestimated. Somehow he doesn't look 100% comfortable on the webcam. He could play rook B6 to defend the knight, or he could play queen E8. But I think he's gone knight D5, right? So now it's Richard Bates' move. I would expect the move knight D3.
Yeah, I mean, Richard's probably quite used to this kind of position, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing. But yeah, knight d3 looks very logical. I mean, with your b1 knight, where will you put that? Are you developed a c3 at some point?
Yeah, quite possibly. By the way, Nick, maybe I should be just taking this knight. I mean, what do you think about that move?
I personally
No,
don't like giving up that light square bishop.
no.
I can't see him playing that move
Okay,
because the fianchetto bishop in front of your king is so powerful.
Well, you mentioned the knight. I think apparently that's the best move. Just bring the knight out to c3, which actually looks very logical because, as you say, you got a bit of an issue with that knight, and that's a good move. And black is fine, but I think if Richard finds knight c3, he doesn't look very happy on the stream though. He looks like he's under another one who's under a huge amount of
Yeah,
stress.
but do you think he's under pressure, or is that just how he looks in general? I mean, they
Well,
haven't made that many moves, have they? They've only played 14
yeah,
moves, so both of them need to speed up a bit. But I think he's quite a good practical player.
definitely, and he's good in time pressure, Richard. Like he's quite resourceful, I would say. He's quite a resourceful player, quite a good defensive player.
Yeah, I think so.
So knight c3 looks quite promising. I think let's move on because there's definitely big developments. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So Shreyas Royal is apparently in big trouble against, or not big trouble, but he's clearly worse against Andy Ledger. Maybe the pressure of being one of the favourites of the British is affecting him a little bit. He went b4, which seems like a good idea, but after the move rook e8, bishop a3, he's gone for a very ambitious plan, which clearly intends to go b5. Now, again, I wouldn't read too much into the fact the computer prefers black because it's still a very sharp position. There's a lot going on here.
I wonder whether he put the bishop on a3 because he was envisaging that the black knights might at some point come to d6 and try and come into
You
e4.
mentioned that plan
And he
earlier,
wants
yeah.
to be prepared to take that knight if the knight ever. And obviously,
Mm.
black would love to get this knight to e4. It's quite hard to get there, but probably would have to go via the d6 square. So now he's ready to potentially exchange it off if it gets there. But yeah,
There's one move
apparently,
that screams out at me, knight b6 here, Nick, just with the idea of going knight c4.
yeah,
And that square looks weak. Because you've gone b4, you can't guard that square. So if I go here, I'm simply going to move the queen somewhere like maybe e6 or d7. And now I'm ready to jump in knight c4. I think I've got a very comfortable game. Because again, you know, we mentioned this before about a lot of good chess is about stopping your opponent's plans. I think White wants to get a very ambitious position with b5, c4. But if we go there, we're cutting down on this c4 option, and that just really deprives White. I mean, another move I would think deprives White of a useful plan. Now, another plan I would think about is king h7, but is that maybe running into c3 followed by knight g3, knight h5 maybe? You know, something that
I don't think you need to play king h7. Doesn't do that much, does it?
It's irrelevant.
The only piece in black's position which isn't that active is the knight on e7. All the other pieces seem to be.
Wow, he's
played knight
found it.
b6,
The
good
goat,
move.
the goat of positional chess. Andy Ledger has found knight b6. Incredible stuff. So that's actually quite,
This is going to be an interesting game, isn't it? It could go either way now.
This is a serious battle now. This is a serious game on situation, I think, because knight c4 would, you know, really give White an unpleasant positional task. Like, what do? Do you maybe drop the bishop back, but then, you know, you do ignore the knight? You try to drop, do you go here and then...
It's part of the problem is if you take the knight, then you give black the d5 square.
Exactly.
And suddenly his e7 knight becomes an absolute monster piece.
This is just really unpleasant.
Yeah.
So this is serious problems. He's played quite quickly. He tends to play quite quickly and confidently, Shreyas. He sees, you know, sees the move, so he's gone b5, which makes a lot of sense. Let's have a little look. So I would expect to move queen d7 here by Andy, because that looks very logical. And he's a pretty experienced player, Andy, and he looks, you know, he looks in good shape. He looks like he's trimmed up a bit and, you know, doing the exercise. He often a bit of a walker, walks a lot.
Yeah, he's very experienced. He's been playing actively for years. I mean, even since I was young, He
Yeah.
was a very regular player, so I'm sure he'll understand these positions. He's got a very good understanding in general.
Yeah, the Ledgers are, basically, there's three Ledger brothers. I think there's maybe a fourth brother who doesn't play chess. I'm not sure about that, but the three Ledger brothers, Steve is the eldest, and then it was Dave, who's like the middle, and Andy was the youngest. Andy, strangely enough, turned out to be the strongest brother, which is quite interesting, because normally you'd think that the oldest would probably be the strongest, right?
So I thought it's normally the youngest that's the strongest.
Is it? Is it? Oh,
I
okay.
think that's the case in the Pert family.
Well, I've never had a brother, so I wouldn't really know.
But with the Polgars, Judith Polgar was the youngest.
Yeah.
But normally, if you're the youngest, you benefit from
Yeah.
learning from your older siblings,
By the way,
and then you can surpass them.
we've got the legendary Jack Rudd in the audience. How did you get on today, Jack? Sorry to hear that. Do you want to show your game on the stream? Or do you want to interview, or shall I?
I
Shall
don't
I?
mind. I can let you do it if you want to.
I can. Yeah. Well, let's carry on with the Gorm and Jack Rudd show.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the British Chess Championships 2026 from Warwick. Got a very special guest on today, Jack Rudd. Sorry to hear that your game didn't go to plan, Jack. So what happened in the game? Or we're going to go through it now.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah. Okay. So you were black, and was this a line that you were expecting, or you were?
Not really. I mean, I hadn't done any prep, so it's
Do you typically do preparation, or
not
do you?
really no. It's just
Is that something you're just not comfortable with preparing, or just find that it's a bit boring?
I don't know quite what it is, but
Okay. So in this position, we were saying before, I think that maybe this is a line that Korchnoi has played as well.
right. We've got the typical Slav queen dance here. Both sides want the other one to play queen takes queen, so that the
Did you consider moving the queen back there?
not really.
Okay, so you went for queen
Queen b4
b4,
check.
which looks logical, and then you went knight d7.
Yeah.
And they went, Yi Chen went knight h4, which
Yeah.
is quite a good move, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, so now in this position, you went
Yeah.
knight
See,
d6.
he can't. If he tries castling there instead, I think I'm doing quite nicely. Because I can.
Sure.
Because I've got knight g4 or something.
And if he goes here?
Can't I take the knight? Oh, is there a trap?
Yeah, I must admit I did not see the knight was on, so this was this was a fortuitous blunder on my part. But
Oh right, yes.
yeah, weirdly, White has a good position here because I suppose they're crashing through on d5, right? And it's
Yes.
actually quite difficult to untangle.
Yeah.
So, but you're right, knight g4 would have been concerning. So h3 makes a lot of sense
Yes.
from a human perspective. So
Yeah.
you apparently didn't like your knight b6 move.
Yes.
What other options did you have? Maybe taking? Did you consider
I could
just
take.
taking?
Yeah.
And do you think they would have taken back the pawn, or probably the pawn?
Probably the pawn. Yes.
And how bad was something like this? Or maybe bishop
Yeah,
c5
yeah.
was possible?
Yeah.
but it still seems
Yes.
to quite like white.
Yes. Maybe I could play a5 instead of knight b6. Is that any good?
Yeah, that's actually the top move.
Oh, here, I was thinking the move before.
Oh, a5, yeah, also possible, right? That's quite a good move, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the idea is if you take, then we're going to take back the pawn, and we've got
Yeah.
a nice game there.
Okay, yeah.
So you went for knight b6.
Yes, I wanted to get some pressure on the c pawn, but it never really panned out into anything much.
And then they simply came back.
Yeah.
So at this point in the game, I think that's a very clever retreat because they want to say that your queen on b4 is badly placed, I guess.
Yes.
And like, how do you actually extricate your queen? If they go here, then maybe then a3 is a problem, right?
Yeah, it looks like a problem.
Because here, then you're simply winning a piece.
Yes.
So you took, which feels like a good option because, say,
Yes,
always
but-
mention to amateur players that they struggle with pawn captures.
Yeah, but the trouble is, of course, that it opens the things up for his bishop. But
So this bishop is now
Yeah.
a problem. And
that setup is really meant to blunt the bishop, and so if I've got to play d takes c4 without having some good idea in mind, it's not great. But
so your plan was based on the fact that if b4, then
b4,
you're going to take.
b4, yes.
But he simply
And
took.
knight b3 is illegal, so
And now he has this plan of maybe going b4 with tempo,
yeah,
right?
yeah, he did play b4 here. Yeah.
Okay, so in this position, he went rook c1. That's the top move.
Yeah. Oh,
And
computer
then-
says already +1. That seems...
But apparently that wasn't the best. He should have gone there with the idea of trying to bring the knight to c4.
Okay, yeah.
That makes more logical sense, right? Knight
Yeah,
f-
but in practice you might not want to commit yourself. He wants to keep having b5 open. Yeah. Okay, so a5 was a mistake. Right.
So why is a5 a mistake?
Ah, because he's got g4 followed by b takes a, apparently.
Right. So the very clever idea that computer wants to just win a pawn, and the problem is
Yes, because the idea was, of course, I was going to meet ba with queen a5, but of course if you did g4 first, I can't. Yeah. Okay. Yes. But
So it looks very
A4
weakening, but the problem is you're not really in a position to take
No.
advantage of the weakening of the king side.
no.
So okay, so they played. Yichud played queen e3, which also, from a human perspective, looks quite natural.
Yeah. He's
Didn't love that move either.
Didn't like that move
Apparently,
at
it
all.
was better to keep the knights connected with each other
Oh right. Yes. Yeah.
because knight a4 is a bit. It's quite a loose move, isn't it? It's like,
It is. The big trouble with my position is that I have nowhere for that knight to go.
So
Yeah.
now you lashed out with. You weren't happy about something like this, then.
I could see my queen was getting exiled, and if this happens, he just does b5 or something, and all my pieces are in the wrong.
Or even just this,
Yes,
basically.
all my pieces are in the wrong place to defend against
Yeah.
his inevitable onslaught on the
So
queen
you went
side,
for
so-
knight g4. Okay.
So I thought knight g4 gave the best practical swindling chances.
Yeah, and then you took, but Yichen is a very good
Yeah.
tactician as well, so he kind of
Yeah, now I've just got nowhere to go.
he took on b7 and then he went back.
Yeah.
And at this point you gave up.
Yes.
So tough game too, but he seemed to play very well, right?
Yeah. Yes.
He's a very strong player. Do you think that Yichen could potentially win the British?
It's a long shot this year, but maybe in the future.
So you don't think he's going to win it this year?
I don't think so.
And what about you for the rest of the day? What's your plans for the rest of the day? Are you going to get some food or?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, right. So, well, anyway, thanks a lot for Jack Rudd coming on the stream and showing his game, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament in round 3.
Yeah.
Start. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So we are on the Richard Bates versus Michael Adams game, and Michael Adams is black in this game. He's playing against very solid, very experienced player Richard Bates. Looks like whose move is it? It's Richard to move. Seems like he's writing something down. So I'm not sure what he's writing down. Maybe he's correcting his writing. But in this position, he didn't play this move knight c3, which we said before the best move was knight c3 to challenge this very strong knight on d5. Instead, he's got knight d3. Now black's played b4, which makes a lot of logical sense because it gives that black square for the knight, even though it's controlled at the moment. I would imagine a move like knight c5 is definitely something that white would consider here. Can't really put a lot of pressure on that knight because if he goes to c4, it's not really threatening to attack the knight. Maybe knight c5, but again, bishop e8, like what's your follow-up? Okay, so I think that this position is quite favourable for black now. So this is what I was saying before about when you're playing against someone like Michael Adams, you have to be very accurate and find the right plan, because if you don't, you can end up suffering. He's played this great move b4, which is a top engine move. And now, great understanding. It's just an intuitive move. It stops maybe white from taking on d5 and playing knight b4. So b4 is a great move by Michael Adams. Let's have a look, sorry, at the, what have I done there? Right, okay. Let's have a look at the board 3 game between Andrew Ledger. So yeah, this is looking very dangerous for white now. We don't like Shreyas's position. It seems like his strategic plan hasn't really paid off for him. He's under a lot of pressure. So you see there his face, it looks a little bit uncomfortable there. He's got his hand up to his face. He doesn't look 100% happy with his situation. He's normally quite a fast player. Normally likes to play quite quickly, but he's been slowed down by it a little bit because clearly there's a very uncomfortable situation for white where strategically he's doing quite badly. His attack on the queen side isn't really going anywhere. And black has various ways of improving his position with knight c4. And he's looking quietly confident there. So this is a tough situation for Shreyas. Interesting test. If he comes through this game and he wins the game, then he's looking good, I think, for the rest of the tournament. But will he come through this game? I think that's a serious test. What do we got any comments through? Congratulations to GM, Pert and Gormally for their excellent broadcast work. Thank you. And hi, Danny and Nick. Of course, how's the games looking today? Cruzy Lee said that. I think that's Lee Bullock. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, the games are looking very interesting. Right, let's go back and let's try and find some other interesting games. So we had some developments in the Jude Shearsby, Harry Grieve game. So we left it around about here. And interestingly, after bishop takes, Harry did not go for the top engine line, which was this, and then f5. Which was giving black great chances of attacking on the king's side. Instead, he played a more human way. He simply brought his rook out. But this is a bit of a slow move. It's maybe lacking a little bit of energy. Not a terrible move, but not the most precise. But still quite a comfortable position for black. White played queen b3, which makes some sense, attacking b7, but quite easy for black to avoid that. He went a4. So really Jude's in kind of defensive mode here. It's not a very nice position for white. I know the engine doesn't mind white that much, but I think from a human perspective, you're lacking a plan. You'd like to bring that knight. I mentioned this knight before on c3. It's quite a bad piece because it's controlled by the pawn on a6. It can't go to b5 because the pawn on a6 is defending that pawn. Can't go to e4 because that square is controlled by black. So I'd like to go to e2 to go to d4 to c6, but at the moment can't go to e2. So white played, sorry, in this position white played rook d3. Black played queen g5. And yeah, this is, I think, psychologically very uncomfortable position. Even though White's probably done quite well out of this position, it's still very little smile there from Harry. Little smile there, little grin. He's loving this situation, Harry. His little grin there on his face. Not sure what that's all about. Right, I think we've got Nick's come back. So, yeah, I was saying, Nick, just before that basically in this situation didn't find the top engine. He played like more of a human way of playing with rook e8, just developed the rook, followed in Magnus Carlsen advice, but it feels a bit slow. And now after Queen b3, we have a situation where White has reduced some of his disadvantage, but still in a very uncomfortable situation, I would say.
Yeah, it seems like Harry didn't want to play a committal move like f5, did he? Probably felt that it was a bit double-edged, weakening the e6 square. So he's just playing it safe. He's quite a practical player, I think, trying to not lose first and then try to win after that. But yeah, the bishop is slightly stronger than the knight, with pawns on both sides of the board. Obviously, d pawn's quite well blockaded, so I certainly think Black's got a more comfortable position here. He might look to potentially double the rooks on the e file at some point. Maybe also play a move like h5, do you think, to create a flight square, potentially attack?
Yeah.
From White's point of view, I might try and challenge his queenside pawns. At some point, I want to play a4, but obviously you have to watch out for b4 from Black. So you have to play at the right time, not to get yourself into trouble.
Could you just maybe bring the knight back somewhere, either d1 with the idea knight e3, knight c4, or b1?
I think you have to
b1's
move it
probably
back somewhere.
a bit ropey. Apparently, that's a bad move. I guess rook e2 would be an issue because now you can't bring the knight out. So another move I don't like the fact that there's this back rank problem for White. So I'm thinking about moving the pawn up. He's actually played some moves here, so let's just see what's happening. He has gone
Let's play
a4.
a4. Yeah.
So after b4, I would expect to move knight d1.
Yeah, I think knight d1 is probably the only square for the knight because a2 and b1 just look a little bit too passive, don't they? At least from d1, you're coming back into e3 quite quickly.
This is a very comfortable position for Harry. I mean, you can play good improving moves like rook e2 or rook e4 looks very, put the rook in the center like Lasker used to advise, put the rook in the center of the board. This is really an uncomfortable position for White. I'd hate to be White here. I just think it's very easy for Black to improve the game. I think Jude is in a bit of trouble.
It was interesting what you said about maybe making a flight square for the king. So when you decide, which pawn to move, it's quite good to look at your opponent's bishop. So here, obviously, Black has the dark square bishop. So White would normally play the move pawn g3 to try and give himself the light square for his king.
I don't like that.
Whereas
move.
h3, he's quite weak on the dark squares.
It's very weak on it. It's actually a very bad move. So, with this idea of bringing the queen there, and if you go g3, I'm going to soften you up with h4. So, very good point, Nick. G3 playing against that bishop, and although White's position is quite bad, it's still holding for now. But I think it's going to be suffering for quite a few moves. So I think we should come back to that game a little bit later. So let's see if there's any big wow. Bazakusta, your tip, the Pert's tip, is a huge role in this game. So we left it quite some moves ago. We said the opening was really quite poor for White, and that's really kind of been borne out by the rest of the game. In fact, he didn't even bother the castle. He didn't do my fear of the only moves. He actually just developed the knight and he started attacking straight away, which is great strategy. And he just a very clever move actually, bishop e3, because a lot of amateur players, they struggle to make these exchanges. They struggle to think right, but when you're, I think, at a higher level like Bazakusta is, he's thinking flexibly. So he's thinking right, an exchange, and then and then the position moves a little bit forward, right?
I think there's a tactical point as well, though. After knight g4, if the white bishop moves from e3, Black has to move knight d3 check. So this is obviously
so clearly I can't move this because this is just game over.
This could be very, very strong for
really
Black.
Bad. I mean, I am hitting the queen, but it doesn't look good. Yeah. So he went. Clearly, he doesn't want to do this because that's allowing this kind of like very bad pawn structure. So he tried bishop e4, which makes some sense to try and stop that. But then, brilliant move by Bazakusta. Maybe the move of the tournament. Knight takes a2, overloading the knight on c3. If the knight on c3 takes, then queen e4 is clearly a very bad position. So he's gone for that. And then he went bishop f4. But this is just
I mean,
very...
have you heard of Zach Norris before? He's quite a young player, isn't he?
Oh, hang on. We've got a development in the Andy Ledger game. I think that was maybe agreed a quick draw because clearly it's gone a bit wrong for Shreyas.
I remember when Shreyas, sometimes when he gets slightly difficult positions, he does offer a draw. So he must have thought that he was in a worse position.
Clever draw offer.
And,
I think
yeah,
clever
he
draw
makes a
offer.
smart draw offer.
Possibly Andy should have played on, but we will never know. I think he'll be quite happy with that draw overall.
Can we see the final position of that?
Yeah.
Of that game.
So clearly Bazakusta is well on top in that game. He's looking like he's going to head for a win to get to 100%. So this position is really quite poor, you know, for White. Knight is coming in c4, very unpleasant position for White.
But I can still understand why Andy took a draw. That's not, it's not clearly better for Black, is it? And he obviously considers Shreyas to be a stronger player. He's got the black pieces.
Yeah,
So I can definitely understand
yeah.
why he took the draw.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's not so clear actually, and understandable decision.
But maybe Shreyas should have played on, do you think? I mean, you got a slightly worse position and you're a bit down on time, but it's not disastrous. I mean, if you want to win the British, you've got to roll a dice sometimes.
Yeah, but because also if you're playing on, I think David Howe would have played on here.
Oh, definitely.
He would have played on. I think you're sending out a message to your rivals. Look, I don't care that I'm worse. Bodhana as well is another one we talked about. You know, Bodhana will just play on any position almost. So, yeah, but still not a terrible start for Shreyas. He's on 1.5. You know, very early days in the tournament. He would definitely be a feature in the latter rounds, I'm sure. So, but yeah, slightly disappointing result. You were white against somebody that maybe you were normally expecting to beat. Bazakusa looking very good. So let's scroll down a little bit, and we've got some interesting developments. Let's we go back to the Simon Williams game, and this is looking quite decent for Black. Yeah, so he's got knight g7, which has some sense to it, but apparently that's a mistake. Maybe he should have gone for this bishop b4 move again with this strategic idea that you take. But he's got knight g7. A little bit overplaying there. I don't really think that move was necessary. It's almost like he's playing knight g7 because he can go knight f5, but there's no real point to it, right?
I guess White just moves the queen after knight f5. But yeah, I mean, it still looks like a solid position anyway for both sides at the moment.
Okay, we'll come back to that. By the way, big developments. I think you called this game better than I did because I was all in on Frankie Badasconi, but apparently he's in a big trouble against Richard Pert. Richard Pert could be marching to 2-2. And let's have a look at this. So we left it around about in this position, and I really like White's position at this point, but I must admit I didn't see like an obvious way through.
It's just whether you play for e4 at some point, but looks like he's been handling it well at this stage. And then he could win an exchange.
Okay, so he did that. He did win the exchange, but he doesn't seem to have followed it up correctly. Sharp position he took, which was correct. But now he took with a pawn. Apparently that was a big mistake. Should he have taken with a bishop, Nick? What was the difference? Because what happened in the game was he took with a pawn, and then Black played brilliant move e5.
Yeah, that was a great move actually, wasn't it? So that's the whole point. Bishop takes.
Yeah, because
so Richard was given one chance and he found it. That was quite sharp.
So if you take here and go queen d5, I assume you're probably still doing okay as Black.
White probably has to play f3. Yeah.
And then maybe put the king on f2.
I think so.
No, that's also a bad move. Maybe.
Is after king f2? Is there some sort of queen d2 trick or something like that, and then f3 is weak?
So you're saying like here. Also you're hitting this pawn.
Exactly, and now you're threatening to take on f3 because the e pawn's pins.
Maybe king g2 was possible. Yeah, king g2 was better because if here now I can go queen e1. Right. Because after it's quite complicated because the point is that here I go queen e1, and then if you
F3 's
take on
defended.
f3, I take with a rook, and when you trade queens, I can either just take that. So that was the clever attack. Yeah. So sometimes a lot of good chess is about containing your opponent's ideas. So I think there was a bit casual there by Frankie because now after e5, Black really has a tremendous position.
But Frankie actually played quite a lot of good moves in a row there, didn't he? Leading up to that point, I mean, he was playing all the best moves.
Yeah, but he didn't spend much time on taking with a pawn. So he clearly prepared that. And then he took there with a pawn. I would try to remove, because when you're ahead in material as well, Nick, the general advice is to, so white is technically ahead because of exchange up, right? I know black's got some pawns, but the general advice is to exchange pieces.
I think the two most important considerations are who's got more material and also who's got the safer king. So if your king is weaker, you want to swap pieces off. And here you could argue that black has some checkmating ideas with the queen and the bishop on the light squares. So for both of those reasons, I think white wants to exchange pieces.
That's a great move, e5.
Yeah, very good
under
move.
huge pressure now because your centre's collapsing. So how do you keep the centre alive? He's actually thinking about this now, and I think the problem is you'd like to go. Let's say you can't take because this is just that's game over essentially. So you'd like to play that move, but there's all sorts of attacking ideas for black now. Queen d5, is that a move? f3. Didn't quite see a killer follow-up. But I think bishop e3 has to be played now. Another move is maybe queen d7 to try and get to h3. That might also be quite unpleasant, right? Sorry? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, David Lightfoot's pointing out we could take that pawn.
And then queen h3.
And then queen h3. We've got to be slightly careful about queen h3. We can't be too blasé.
Yeah.
Probably going to have to play a defensive move. Maybe king h2 or something. But what's the top move here?
Unless you could try to prepare d5 after queen d7, but
maybe you just take, Nick.
yeah,
No?
takes
Okay.
is not bad, is it?
Okay, let's just see what the game says. Apparently, wow.
B4,
Can
okay.
anyone guess? Yeah, b4. b4 is the top move, but that's not obvious to me because you're looking on the king side, right? You're thinking, but this also feels like a good natural. Yeah, I like Richard's position. He looks like he's doing really well. So I've had to change my opinion now. I'm going to say that Richard might win. So that'll probably jinx him now. And it could, yeah. Okay, so Shreyas drew. Okay, let's have a look at some other games. What about Ami Gartzi? We haven't looked at him for a while. Not much going on here.
It feels like they've really not played that many moves, though.
Mm,
They've only played about 18 moves, and his opponent's down to 12 minutes. So his opponent spent a lot of time over those 18 moves.
sure.
Yeah, in terms of the position, I guess white's a pawn down, but he's got the bishop pair. Black's got quite a damaged pawn structure. The dark squares around the black king are quite weak as well. So I think Amit will be quite happy with the situation. More time and some good attacking potential on the dark squares.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't like Black's situation here, actually. This move, bishop h6, I just feel like, I keep mentioning, put your pieces closer to your opponent's king. Because somehow checkmate might happen. And there's lots of ways for white to improve. Doesn't seem obvious to me, like what black can do. You've got to find obscure moves like this. Which are not completely obscure, because it does attack that pawn, but yeah, so I feel like obviously lot to come here. We'll come back to this game. Any other games that people want to particularly look at? By the way, Jude Shearsby game, somehow Harry's messed up a little bit. So we left it with he didn't go b4 strangely. That's a very
incredible.
strange
Yeah.
decision to take that pawn. So maybe Harry's suffering with the nerves as well. Queen
Because
take.
b4 seems so logical, doesn't it? Because it knocks the knight into a passive square.
Is it possible he's overthinking it? You know, like we mentioned this before about time management. Sometimes you can overthink it, and like A4, B4 is just such an obvious move that should be made automatically. So he took the pawn. He went rook B8, which does hit the pawn on B2 at least. So he's got some sense behind it. But he's not threatening to take the pawn immediately, of course, because this rook is hanging. I still think, from a practical perspective, I'd much rather be black. But there's a danger that he's starting to throw away this advantage. And Jude seems to be, you know, so far at least, knuckling down quite well for the defensive task. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's done quite a good job of defending. He had quite a difficult opening, didn't he? And he's kind of hanging in there quite well.
Sure. Okay. Right. So really in the balance. We've seen Bazakusta has got a winning advantage already. Is there any other games that, well, further down, we need to look at? Maybe Kenneth Hobson actually has a big advantage against Tarrant. That's interesting because Kenneth Hobson, another very good junior from the Oxford area. I know his mother as well. I think his mother's called Anna Hobson, lovely woman. So in this position, White has quite a big attack brewing after it took on F6. It's black to move. Looks uncomfortable for black here, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, Taron's a very experienced player. He's played a lot recently. He plays a lot of games, obviously, from Ireland. Him and his sister, both very good chess players.
Sure.
So, you know, he will be able to handle the situation. But, yeah, it's not that clear what you want to take the pawn with, is that everything's got a drawback. The natural option would be to take with the pawn, but it does open your king up. And taking with the rook gives away the e5 square. So there's not really a good option for black.
Yeah, I don't like that move because I feel like something like this could just end
It
it.
could be very dangerous, yeah.
And now I'm thinking about the move knight h4 with the threat of this.
That's a very nice attacking move.
Yeah, I've still
so
got it.
you-
I've
you-
still got it.
You like the direct attack,
Yeah.
don't you?
This is
don't
where
like
I,
this
yeah,
manoeuvring around.
where it's obscure, I've got no
Yeah.
chance. But
Very good.
by the way, Supratit is doing really well in his game, so that's interesting. And after Bishop F3, it looks as if, yeah, something's gone wrong for White this game. It seemed like he found the wrong plan because Supratit now has a really nice position. White does the scariest thing from White's perspective here is doesn't really have like an active plan.
There aren't any sort of targets in black's position to aim at. Then with the light square bishop isn't doing that much. It's just a defender, really.
Do you think Supratit could win the British?
Well, I definitely think he will win at some point.
But do you think he could win this year? That's really the
I
point.
could. I would probably say it's a bit too early, to be honest. I think maybe next year or the year after, probably in a couple of years.
A couple of
then
years,
he'll
he's going to be a
big
very
contender.
serious contender. Yeah, when he's 14, right?
Yeah.
I think they're really
Is
pushing.
he 12 now or 13?
I think he turns 12 this year, so he's either 12 already, but he won't turn 13 till next year.
Okay.
So I recently read that apparently he was a number one for his age group for his particular year. But recently some Indian players gained like 120 points, so moved above him. Queen B4, by the way, great move, which threatens the pawn. So this is a problem for White. What do you do about that? What do you
Can
do
you
about
play
that threat?
A3 or is that? But then the queen might come into C3. I mean, maybe black's. I don't know. Is black happy to exchange off there? I'm not sure. Because E7, so maybe try A3 to try and get rid of the queen.
But now I'm going to go here.
Yeah, we could. I mean, this does look. And we can take on E7, but that might be just good for white. Good for black. Sorry.
Yeah,
So it's probably just good for black.
I would imagine so. I mean, I could simply go G4 and take on G3, right? Well, I've got lots of
You've
things
also
I
got
could
some
do. I
like
could take
H5s as
here,
well. Yeah, after G4.
G4, yeah, and as you mentioned, yeah,
That's a
great spot,
possible
knight
idea,
H5.
but yeah, maybe not
Or
the
simply
best.
take the pawn and
It's funny because it looks equal on material. It's an end game. It shouldn't be that bad for white, but it just is. It's quite strange because you've got the
sure.
bishop, the pawns are spread out. So
But I think that knight is causing a lot of issues for White to actually generate any player because it's stopping that F pawn. It could also jump, like you say, to H5, and
I'm actually a bit surprised it's -2 for black here.
but visually it looks quite
Yeah,
unpleasant for White, right? You don't really have a good move. You don't, yeah,
you take the A pawn, I guess, and
yeah. You take the A pawn, but then I'm going to take the B pawn,
yeah,
and I also have G3 ideas or activate this rook.
there could be some. Yeah, the rook's coming to 7th rank.
So I think this is I think Supertit's going to get 2 out of 2. I think he's going to be a real problem for somebody in round 3. We've also got some developments.
Someone's asking about Bodhana's game.
Let's go. I was about to say they read my mind because Bodhana is on board 27, and he's actually got a better position. And White's last move apparently was not a very good move at all. G3. So why is that a bad move, Nick? Is there any reason why that's bad?
Well, the only thing I could think of is that somehow this light square diagonal could open up. I don't know if you can ever play F5 at some point, but that maybe is too ambitious.
So I think I understand why White played G3, or I like to think I understand, because he's worried about this idea of knight F4, knight D3. But often we're taught to play prophylactically. So when we say prophylactically, we mean to try and prevent our opponent's ideas. But sometimes prophylactic moves aren't good. You know, this might be an example that G3 is a little bit. I was thinking about Queen F6, and I noticed there was a bishop on B2, which is probably not.
I mean, if White had played E5 last move, what would have happened? That would seem like the critical choice, but I guess it could be a bit risky. Yeah, it's
Maybe
probably too bishop B4. Yeah, all your pawns are quite weak, aren't they, in the middle?
Yeah, this is a
You'd have
tough
to then play
position.
rook D1.
I would have been tempted with knight D4 to try and jump in. Like Kasparov always said, the knight on F5 is as strong as a rook. But if I go G3 here, I mean, for one thing, I could maybe consider knight E5 as black, or maybe probably a more ambitious way to play. What would you play here as black?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
Maybe rook C8 is an option, or could I go there? That's not very good, but I could maybe consider rook C8.
I mean, rook C8 is useful in quite a few positions, I guess. You might have C3 at some point.
Yeah, and Bodhana's quite a patient player. Now, if you go knight, I think one of the other issues, if you go here now, this knight F5, which was valid with a pawn on G2, is now going to run into knight F3 check, forking the king and the rook. So, you know, every little detail of the position is starting to favour black. By the way, George Sowers had a quick draw with Stanley Badisconi.
Quite a good tournament for George Zhao so far, isn't it?
Yeah, I do think with Stanley, he does have a few too many quick draws at times. I would like to see him maybe, mention that with Shreyas earlier, that maybe sometimes you need to take a risk, right?
Yeah, because someone has actually said in the chat, was Shreyas saving energy for later in the tournament? But I don't think you can save energy, can you? You just have to try and win every game.
I don't think so, because first he's a young player, so it's more like people like Michael Adams are trying to save energy, maybe Luke Shane, Peter Wells, so I don't think he's trying to save energy. It's more like he didn't have a good position. That's why he agreed to draw, because he didn't like his position. I'm sure if he liked his position, he would have played on. Alex Goldie's got a big advantage against Michael Green. Interesting situation developing there. Should we go back to some of the top boards? Let's look Luke Shane. Peter Wells getting very, very short time now. And I really like the way Luke McShane is handling this game. I really do think he's going to win the British this year. I know I keep saying that.
But they've only played 17 moves, haven't they? And Peter Wells is down to 17 minutes, so
yeah,
he's used up a lot of his time. I think Luke just needs to keep trying to pose problems. Also, you have to be a bit careful in Luke's situation not to, get into the same time situation as your opponent. You don't want to give up that time advantage. It's quite important to stay ahead on the clock.
Sure. So it's Luke McShane's thinking about what to play here. So although White's position looks quite promising, I mean, I'm always thinking about the king side. I want to tap my opponent's king. But I think he's also thinking positionally. He's thinking about maybe moves like B4. Looks very logical, right?
It's a bit double-edged because you weaken the C4 square.
So probably you're not going to go B4.
Maybe rook D1, is that an idea? Or?
Rook D1 looks very good. That's a great shout. I'm also wondering about this move Bishop G5. Is that an option? Because that's always an annoying move for black.
It's slightly annoying, isn't it? There's no good way to meet it.
If you go F6, it's a real weakness. You're creating a weakness. Now, let's say you move the queen. Now maybe I'm going for my all-in kingside attack. What does he play?
Or could you play rook D1 now, and then it's a little bit harder to defend that D pawn.
Wow, he's gone Bishop G5. He's found the Gorm's move. Incredible. I've still got it. Okay, Bishop G5 feels... Oh, yeah, you'll move... Yeah, you were suggesting after Queen here that you would go B4, right?
B4 or rook D1. Because there's no rook D8. Also looks good, yeah.
Rook D1 is unpleasant.
Yeah, but maybe B4 works, though, because B4 they have to play knight. Has to go to d7 presumably. Can you somehow target that d6 square now?
Could you even go knight d5 here, Nick? Or is that
Oh yeah,
just...
knight d5 is interesting. Yeah, that's quite thematic, isn't it?
Yeah. So my idea is, if you take, I just want to take back the pawn, and really great pressure. I'm clearly going to regain my piece, but I'm really great pressure down the queen side of black's position.
I mean, black doesn't have to put the queen on c7 because you are putting your queen in line with your opponent's rook. So you might choose to put it on another square, maybe f8.
Yeah, but that feels a bit... I mean, I might consider it just simply improving, like a creeping move. Boris Spassky used to call them creeping moves, when you move the queen one square.
But what about, instead of queen c, what about rook d1 there?
A bit
Though?
slow there. Rook d1 looks more to the point. Yeah, I like your rook d1. My queen e3 was a bit...
It's a bit too creepy.
bit off piece. Yeah, yeah. It's like not a good move. Okay, rook d1 was a great shout, and yeah, there's still a problem with this pawn, right? A very simple chess. You know, that's what you want. You just want simple chess. So we saw, in contrast with Shreyas, he kind of found a wrong strategic plan. But I feel like if we're looking at this game, it feels like Boucher's doing everything right, and he's got a comfortable game where he's not like under pressure like Shreyas was. You know, this is really what he's looking for, right? Just to try and move to 2 out of 2. And I said before, you know, if he can start well, then the world's his oyster in this tournament. I think if he needs to start this tournament well, and this is a good situation for him to get to 2 out of 2. What do you
Yeah, I
think?
mean, I think he's done well in terms of he's kept the tension, kept the pressure on Peter, not giving Peter easy moves to play.
What move number is it? What move number
They're
is
only
this?
on move 18, I think.
Wow, this is going to be a huge time
Or
scramble.
9, is it
certainly
18 on,
from-
yeah, I think 18.
Yeah. Okay. Should we go for another quick break? Because I think with the time scramble is going to be coming up fairly soon. Shall we have one more quick break and then push to the end, or what do you think?
It's up to you. What
Yeah,
do
I
you
wouldn't mind a break. I mean, you can carry on if you want, but I think I need to go on a quick break myself.
do?
We'll
Okay,
do a quick
5
5
minute break.
minutes. Yeah. Okay.
現実を見ろ。この世は思い通りにはいかぬことばかりだ。現実は苦しみと痛みと虚しさだけが漂っていることに気づく。この世のすべてにおいて光が当たるところには必ず影が。
Hello again, everybody. Just had a little break. Lactose intolerance kind of issue. But okay, so we got a big game boiling up here. Luke McShane apparently so far has played with 99% accuracy. So we need to get the scanners on him immediately. No, all joking aside, he's playing really, really well. I have the feeling, Nick, that this game could go down as a bit of a masterpiece.
Well, I think he's done what he needs to do against Peter, hasn't he? He's kept pressure on him, not really allowed Peter any kind of concrete plans, and not really given him any easy moves to make either. So it's the sort of perfect way to try and grind down a slightly weaker player.
Keep the tension with David Jensen. But do you ever feel that, Nick, that sometimes you long to play like a game that will go down as a masterpiece, like a sort of an evergreen type game, or does that not really? I think there's some chess players that really care about stuff like that, and other players who don't really care.
I never really think like your masterpiece game is going to be a game like this. Though I always feel like it will be a tactical game, or we have some exciting games.
The reason I
sometimes.
said that is I just get the feeling it could explode quite soon. So it's white to play, and probably explode in white's favour. So, moves like this with the idea of f4 is sort of springing up. Bring the knight to g3, suddenly go f5. It could be getting very exciting very quickly. We'll come back to that because he's doing a hunch. I mentioned that before. Hunch down. It's Luke McShane's move. He's really, And I think that actually helps your concentration because it helps you to really focus.
I think he's in the zone.
He's in the zone, right?
The kids, you know what they say?
What?
They say he's looking in.
What kids? What kids?
Locking
Oh,
in.
locking in. Yeah, he's locking in.
He's locked in.
Yeah, okay. Right, Bazakus is one. We kind of suspected that might happen. Well done to Bazakus, to your tip. And I think he's obviously a very serious threat. By the way, Chilpor, we haven't mentioned today, looking very strong against Nigel Davis, who's a very solid player. GM, very experienced player. Obviously, Nigel being a long time British GM. And in this position, looks uncomfortable for Black. But not at all decisive yet, I would say.
I mean, I guess long term, that past D pawn is going to be quite difficult for Black to deal with.
Yeah.
Black's trying to create some kind of attacking threats, but it's quite hard to do that because you can't really get the rook into the attack. If you play f5, you always allow queen e6 check.
Yeah.
So how do you get the rook into the attack? You haven't really got enough firepower with just the queen and bishop on their own.
Yeah, it feels like strategically not a great position for Black. And as you mentioned, you can't really play this move because you're just going to drop a pawn. You can't activate the rook. Like, what are your options? So you're just forced to watch white improve with bishop c3 and then see where they take it from there. Not sure quite how white breaks through, but looks uncomfortable. So let's carry on. Siva, by the way, is a lot better against Max Turner. So that's another danger man. This tournament is full of danger players who are potentially going to create upsets and maybe we even win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Siva played quite well last year, didn't he? And he seems to be playing well this year as well.
Very talented player, very, very gifted player. I think he's really going places. So this, looking dangerous for Black, I would say, because this square on f5. And can you simply take here, Nick, and then just go knight h5? I don't really see a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, Black's king position looks a bit weak, doesn't it? I guess
You're just winning a pawn, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess it's just quite a difficult position for Black to activate this these bishops at all.
So that looks real problems there. I think Seaver might well be going on to win. Simon Williams very much in a balance. One of the most interesting games today, actually. Simon against Roland Bezadenhout. I'm not sure where Roland Bezadenhout's based, but I remember I played a tournament down in Bournemouth. He might be in that kind of area.
He was originally from South Africa, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah. There's also a golfer called Christian Bezadenhout. So that's how you pronounce his surname.
Have you backed that golfer before?
Not that often, but he's quite solid, and he doesn't make many mistakes, doesn't make many bogeys. And I kind of get the sense that this Bezadenhout's also quite solid, doesn't make many big mistakes, right? So maybe that's a Bezadenhout trait. Okay, it's white to move. It seems like black has an obvious plan. He just wants to take the pawn. So I think like black has a decent position here. What do you think Simon will be thinking about here?
I mean, you can't really stop them taking the pawn, can you? So knight d5 is probably a contender.
Okay, now I'm chopping.
And then you need to find a good square for your queen. Just drop
Maybe
back,
something like
or
this,
queen c3 maybe. Yeah.
But I mean, almost it seems easier to play for black this position, right? Queen g5, queen h4, sorry, and then you're targeting.
Maybe queen c3 wasn't the right square.
Yeah.
What about queen f2?
Queen f2 looks good.
I don't know actually. You could come under pressure. And I wanted to try and line up stuff on the long diagonal, but black might get the attack in first.
Maybe in this position. I mean, I reckon the computer probably wants to play some move like bishop f4. No, but it doesn't like that either. Yeah, I think Simon's under a little bit of pressure. Even though the engine says equal, I think this is easier to play for black. His next move is very obvious. He just wants to take the pawn. He's also got ideas of activating the queen via b6. I'd rather be black here. I don't know what do you think?
Marginally, I'd probably take black, but also the time is in Simon's favour, so that could come into play.
Okay. By the way, Richard Pert is. Wow, it's a draw. What? Oh no.
He found that incredible move e5.
Oh no. And then after bishop e3, white offered a draw, and Richard accepted.
Oh my goodness.
That's
because
surprising.
it's actually been quite a high quality game, and Richard actually played a really good move, the move e5.
Yeah.
But no, he hasn't been feeling that well recently, actually. So
yeah, so it might be that might
cut him some slack, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So slightly disappointing from that perspective, but not a bad result for either. So basically, we were both wrong because I think you went for Richard to win and I went for Frankie to win.
Looked like Richard had the upper
but
hand.
definitely Richard had it. Apparently, something like this was b4 was terribly strong.
B4 was the strongest move, wasn't it?
And I think the problem that white has is the center's collapsing. And if you play a move like this to try and keep it all together, then queen d5 is going to be a big issue.
Because sometimes you can just misevaluate the position, can't you? You can think it's worse than it actually is. Yeah.
And I think, Frankie, that was, again, another well-timed draw offer. Is there an argument, given we've seen these really well-timed draw offers from white in the Shreyas game and even in this game, is there an argument for introducing the Sophia rules law? So maybe people can't offer a draw plus move 40. He got a draw as well. So Stanley had a quick draw. What do you think about that, Nick? Do you think maybe they should introduce that rule?
I mean, I do actually find in general when your opponent offers you a draw, normally you shouldn't take it because they're offering you a draw for a reason. That they're worried about their position.
Yeah, exactly.
But
exactly.
unnatural kind of risk.
If they were winning, if they thought they were winning, they wouldn't offer you a draw, right?
Exactly. So you normally shouldn't take the draw offer, but we sometimes do.
Yeah. Okay. So, right. So Kenneth Hobson, by the way, is doing very well against Tarrant. I think we should come back. Yeah, Super Tip was suggesting was in good shape. Mark Kebden, we haven't looked at him for a while, but this is looking a bit positional. I think we should switch back to some of the games on the top boards, particularly the game on board 1. So let's go back to that game. So in this position, we almost guaranteed us time scramble here. It's white to move. He's well up on the clock. What do you think he's thinking about here? Maybe bishop g3 followed by f4.
I mean, bishop g3 slightly increases your options, doesn't it? You don't have to play f4 straight away.
There's something I noticed with computer chess, by the way, Nick. They often like playing moves, like particularly pawn moves, that increase their options. Like decrease the options for the opponent, but increase the options for them. So it's almost like the computer version of a Tigran Petrosian or a Karpov, where they're limiting your play and they're also exponentially increasing their own options because they work on a mathematical basis where they're purely going on numbers.
But yeah, I guess when you have more options, I mean, you've got this F4 move you could play at any stage, really, then your opponent has to worry about it every move. So it makes sense to play bishop g3.
Yeah. Is there any other options for white? I mean, I guess they could go, they might be concerned about g5, so they would maybe think a little bit about h4, but that feels a bit obscure to me. I
It's
don't
sort
really,
of slightly weakening as well, so it weakens the g4
yeah,
square bit.
I'm not. Is there an argument that black would go g5 though? Because I think white's often responding to g5 with knight g3 in some situations. So maybe there's an argument for going there so that g5 can be met with knight g3 to go to h5.
Yeah, but g5 potentially could be weakening as well because white might attack the g pawn
f4.
with f4 or h4 as well, both options.
Something like this looking very dangerous for black. And now I'm ready to put the knight on h5 and just, you know, rook f1, also rook f1, rook f2, and you know, just put everything on the king's side. Bishop g3 back to h4. And in fact, I probably should go bishop g3 in that line in that case, because if you do this, I'm ready to play knight h5. Very simple chess, actually. Just try to checkmate black on the king's side. Knight h5, rook f1, bishop h4. How would you feel if you were black against alpha 0 in this position?
Yeah, I wouldn't really like my chances, I have to be honest.
Yeah. Me neither.
I probably wouldn't fancy my chances with white against alpha 0.
No. Okay, so this is looking dangerous for Peter. But what Luke's taking his time is interesting. He's taking his time. Why doesn't he just go bishop g3? Looks like a natural move. What's he actually thinking about?
Yeah, I think it's also quite important for Luke to stay ahead on time. He doesn't want the times to equalise now and give that advantage or lose that advantage that he's got over Peter. I still think if it did come down to a time scramble, you'd fancy Luke to outplay Peter, wouldn't you? But
He's a former European Blitz champion, Luke. I think. Maybe the only player to win a European like an adult title from England. I know Keith Falkers won a European Senior Championships, but I don't know if there's anyone else who's won. Maybe Gawain Jones also won a European Blitz Championships. Actually, we've never had an English player win a European Classical Championships. Have you ever played European Championships?
I've played the European Classical Championship before.
Yeah. How did you do?
I did quite well, but the thing is, you actually needed, I think, +4 to qualify for the World Championship. So +4 means 4 more wins.
Right.
than
Oh, you mean
losses.
to get into the FIDE World Cup?
Yeah, and I think I scored +1,
Right.
and my average opponent was over 2,600. So it was a really good tournament for me, but I was still miles away from qualifying
It was
because
super tough.
it's so tough at every round.
Playing someone really good.
Yeah, just played 2,600s every round, basically. It's quite hard. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe I got 1 or 2 weaker games which I won, but then the rest of them were all basically 2,600, so quite hard.
Sure.
Very hard to play at that level. But you just have to be like complete professional, don't you, to be able to qualify through that. What about yourself? Have you played European Championship or?
No, no. I mean, I played European Senior Championship this year, which was a bit weird actually, because at the end there was a prize given. It was almost like old people congratulating themselves on becoming old. But you know, I'm a little bit torn on senior chess because I feel like it's almost like it's a different section, right? And it's, you know, I feel like the real chess is like in these sort of tournaments where it's open to everyone. And the great thing about it is you've got people like Peter Wells, who's a senior player, but he's also competing against people like Supratet, who's just starting out with his chess career.
I mean, I do think there's quite a strong argument to put the under 50 title in the actual British Championships.
Yeah.
So the highest place
Yeah,
over 50 becomes the over 50 champion, and then just have a separate over 50 section just for anybody who wants to play in it.
Sure. Okay, so let's have a little look at the Richard Bates game. We haven't looked at that for a while. There's quite a lot of stuff that's come off the board, but clearly the very obvious issue for white here is that black has the bishop pair.
I mean, how did he lose his light square bishop?
Well,
quite
I'm
a
not
big
sure. We left
concession
it
to
quite a
make.
while ago,
Yeah.
but it was, yeah, you were saying you never really wanted. Rook b6 apparently was a mistake. Not sure what black should have done instead, but he took. And then he took that, which is quite interesting, but apparently...
I think this is the way. I mean, we were saying before, Mickey has quite a good record against Richard Bates. I don't think if he was playing against me, he would play bishop takes d5. It's quite a committal move to play, isn't it, to give up your light square bishop?
But Richard Bates is white.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Yeah, I
right.
don't think
Oh,
he
you
would-
don't
yeah.
think he would do that against
Do you think he's?
against you?
I'm not
But
sure.
apparently it was the best move. But what he should have done was to take on b4, because the problem that White has in the game now is that he's facing the bishop pair. And I always say the bishop pair is possibly the most important thing in chess. It's more important than checkmate.
I mean, those light squares do look very weak, don't they? I guess you can try and play d5 at some point, but obviously
Looks scary
it,
for White,
it,
this, right?
it does look quite scary with the
I mean,
light
I might
squares.
start with that move because I want to induce d5, almost, because I don't want to allow knight d5 either. So could I do that?
Wait, are you really
Probably
scared of
not.
knight d5? I don't think I'm scared of
Not-
it. We'll
maybe
move
I
the
just-
bishop away.
Put the bishop there, but it's not so obvious what Black's next move should be. What do you think Black should do? Because apparently, maybe some move like h6, just, or Queen f3 is. Well, Queen f3 is going to run it. Okay, Mickey's come up with a solution.
What did he play?
He's played bishop d6, which is one of the top moves. Great move there by Mickey. He's still got it. He's looking at that Jonathan Penrose record. Okay, Richard's nodding his head. He agrees with bishop d6. Apparently queen d5 is a good move here, because queen d5 does make some sense because you get the queens off.
I mean, you'd feel more comfortable, obviously, in terms of not getting checkmated if you get the queens off.
I think
But
he'll play queen d5.
Yeah, I think so. But you still got this a pawn to worry about. But you could maybe see a scenario where it ends up liquidating down, couldn't you? If you play queen d5, yeah, maybe later at some point you play a move like knight c5, and just even if you sack a pawn, just try and get some pieces off the board.
Yeah, I mean, White has an extra pawn here, but their extra pawn, yeah, the bishop pair is obviously a very, very formidable thing here, and that's an issue for White. Somebody mentioned the Bodhana game. We'll come back. Obviously, we'll come back to that game. Big clash there. Jude Shears beat Harry Grieve. That's still going. Still better for Harry, but not that much in it. And yeah, let's go to the Bodhana game, which is on board 27. Supertet's completely winning, so I think he's going to get the 2 out of 2. So he's definitely a contender. So Bodhana game is still very much in the balance. I mean, we left it. Apparently, White had not played the right move with g3, and Black did find rook c8, which is a great spot by Bodhana. And then went f6. Again, like very good defensive chess by Bodhana. So he's really an incredible talent. Bishop a3.
Yeah, it's just sort of slightly awkward for White because you can't play rook c3 very easily because of bishop b4.
Yeah. So
And
just
then-
show that.
And if you play rook c2, you do give away the d3 square. I don't know whether Black can take advantage of that or not.
But this is this Bodhana? No, he played something else, right? So he went queen d7 again, like excellent move. I mean, I might have been tempted just to go g6 just to stop the knight coming in, just to stop that altogether. So let's just see any more moves in this game. But this is very much difficult position for White, very tricky. Bodhana's playing a great game here. Actually, this is a really high level game. I'd love to see her get up there. You know, could you imagine Bodhana and Supertet up there in the last 2 or 3 rounds, a chance to win the British? It would just be an amazing story, wouldn't it?
Well, I think there's quite a good chance, at some point, maybe in the middle of the tournament, they will be playing one of the serious players, won't they? One of the top players,
Sure,
and that'll be
sure.
interesting to see how they get on.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So this is really tricky for White. I don't like White's position. The bishop on b1 is very limited there by that pawn on e. It's limited by its own pawn. It would like really almost like take that pawn off the board, so that bishop on b1, once the rook moves, bishop on b1 is sort of in the game. But at the moment, that bishop on b1 is really limited.
Can you play rook e2 and then think about f4 and e5? It's quite,
Yeah.
it always doesn't probably quite work, but it's could cause some problems. The only thing is, you actually want to get your queen out as well, don't you? You want to get your queen into the attack somehow.
Yeah. I mean, as Black, I'd be tempted just to go b4. Maybe that's actually apparently a very bad move because White
Now-
goes
or
bishop
maybe
there.
now, maybe now f4.
Or f4, yeah, f4, and very double-edged position actually. So it's gone from, so you've actually played a terrible gore blunder with b4, and you've gone from a winning position to a losing one. So it's
Yeah.
actually quite double-edged, even though the engine prefers Black.
Yeah.
Mickey would probably play like an improving move like A5. He'd simply say, "Look, I like my position. You know, this is about juggling the pressure that you have as black with the fact that white could launch a counter attack, like you said with F4. So if we keep the tension, with move like knight G6 would do quite well. But yeah, it's still quite double-edged
It is
this game.
double-edged, isn't it? It could go
It's
either way.
double-edged, double-edged. I certainly think Bodhana's a big favourite, but could go either way. Right, let's go back to. Should we go back to the Luke Bichet game again? I think this is really like a key game, this Luke Bichet game. And we have had some developments in this game. So we left it. He did go for my move bishop G3 and then F5. It felt like black had to do something because he was getting slowly crushed positionally. He's lashed out with F5. That makes a lot of sense. But now knight F4 has happened with a very clear intention of putting the knight on H5, I would imagine. And Peter Wells is thinking about this.
I mean, there's also some pressure in the centre, isn't there? So black has to be a bit careful not to, move his knight on E5 at the wrong point.
Sure, sure. So what would you play here as black, Nick?
Yeah. Can you play Queen F7 or don't know if that's a good move or not.
I like Queen F7. At least it stops that threat. But could I renew it with Queen E2? Or is that just... No, it's not a very good move, apparently. Why is that a bad move? There's an issue with that knight?
Yeah, maybe you can't afford to leave the knight weak.
Yeah, so...
The knight takes C4, was that a move? After Queen E2?
Yeah. So this is a blunder because... No. No, that's...
Very not.
No. Maybe knight G6, actually. Or not the best move, but... Anyway, we had some more moves, so let's see what's happening. This is really critical moments now. He has gone Queen F7, so very exciting situation on the board. You know, I was thinking about that move, which looks a bit weird, but just the idea of maybe bringing the knight there, but apparently that's not very good. Now, the best move, which is very counterintuitive, is weirdly enough to come back. But a computer would play like that. It wouldn't care that it's gone to F4, a move earlier. But for a human player, it's almost impossible to play like that. I don't think he'll play that move.
No, I mean Peter has actually played quite well this game as well, hasn't he? He's got hung in there quite well.
And actually, black has something to think about because, you know, they can maybe in some scenarios play King H8, Rook G8. I like the way he's played this last few moves. He's made the best out of a bad job, really, which is often what you need to do in chess. He's making the best out of a bad job. It's not a great position for black, but this is very, very much in the balance. What do you think, Nick?
I think it's just likely to come down to the time. I mean, we said at the beginning that Peter tends to play very well, doesn't he, for 30 moves, and then when the time pressure's on, that's when you can often suffer.
So, okay. Right, we're going to have a look at quick. We'll come back. Obviously, we'll really keep an eye on that game. It's very critical. We're going to have a look at the Harry Grieve game. Wow,
okay.
Wow, what a move! That's
Rook
insane.
takes F2 with 3 minutes on the clock.
That's insane. Okay, so I think the top line needs
That's
to
incredible,
maybe,
isn't it?
Yeah. So
you certainly can't play Rook takes F2. Should we look at that line?
Yeah, we'll show that on the
So
board.
then
That's a
rookie
really
one
bad
check,
move
yeah.
because here only legal move is Rook F1. Then you switch to Queen, and after the King moves, we take there. It's checkmate. You can block with the Rook, but that's just going to slow down the process. Still going to end up the same. So I think after Rook takes F2, which is a brilliant shot, without that move, maybe you're losing because you must have seen this at advance. Because I think you can actually do this, Nick. No, you can't do that. So actually, he's under a little bit of pressure because...
Yeah, can we look at King takes F2?
Ah, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I didn't consider that. Yeah,
But
good
now
spot.
what's going on now?
So just...
Queen,
yeah.
Queen C5?
Yeah, check, yeah. King up or...
You have to put the king somewhere, I guess.
King here, maybe.
Then Queen back again to G5. Maybe this is the draw somehow.
Maybe this is a rep.
Yeah. Can't go to the H5 because of Rook H4, mate.
But he has to find that as white because I think it's very easy to go wrong
Quite
here.
scary to play King F2, isn't it?
By the way, why does this? I was just wondering why this loses, because I was thinking this.
He's just going to be down a material at the end.
Oh, you go rook e8.
No, you
no,
king
no, you don't.
e7, attacking the rook. If they take your rook, you just take their rook.
Oh, the problem is I was thinking rook f2, king takes rook f7 with drawing chances. But the problem is rook f2, you go rook e1.
Okay, that just absolutely kills it.
Yeah, so that's like the end of the game. Rook
Yeah.
e1, and then you get to trade.
Yeah.
And that's good for obviously winning for black. But if you get a bit careless, you take here. He has actually taken. I think he has taken with a king. He's taken with a king. Wow, amazing defense by Jude Shearsby. He has taken with a king. Only move. Now here he has to find, which to be honest is fairly obvious, because again comes down to process elimination. That looks really bad because of queen f5 and rook g4, which looks like false mate, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only move, isn't it? King g3.
So I think he's almost certainly going to find king g3, but I kind of feel like it's going to boil down to a draw. What do you think?
I don't see like how it's not going to. Can
You
black
can
play
apparently
on?
play on, but I would reckon at a higher depth it would just say 0-0s. Yeah, it's starting to.
Can we just try and play on for black? Okay, so
Of course we can, yeah.
Queen g5, king f2, rook f4.
Apparently I have to go here.
Oh, yeah, so
only
rook
move.
f3.
It's like an only moves game. Yeah.
Yeah, so if queen c5 is repeating again, isn't it? Same thing.
Mm.
You can try these things as Harry, can't you? And they might blunder. So then I guess you have to go back. We have to go back queen g5 again.
Yeah. So have we
Um,
had any more moves? Let's just see if we've had any more moves.
He must have played king g3, a queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check, and the
So
only
king
move is
f2
king
is
f2. You might as well give it a
forced.
go. Jude looks very uncomfortable there. And Harry's really like, he's almost like a hawk expression. He feels like he's a hawk. And Harry's the rabbit that he's going in for the kill.
But I think sometimes when you're in Harry's position, you sometimes think, oh, maybe I've missed something and I'm just about to get checkmated.
Yeah.
And you sort of almost resigned to getting checkmated, but you just can't quite see how.
This is maybe a slightly botched game though by Harry, because I think earlier he was really in a great position, and now he's almost got found an amazing move just to stay in the game almost.
Yeah, I think when he played that b takes a4, that kind of
That
took
was
the pressure off, didn't it?
surprising mistake. Yeah, I mean,
Because now for Harry, you haven't got very long on the clock. I mean, do you want to risk playing on here? You might miscalculate something yourself. So there's a chance he might just repeat here.
I think he probably will. Yeah.
What's those one of those ones where you repeat once, don't you, and then you think, is there any way of playing on?
Because it's not like it's so early in the tournament that you really have to take some ridiculous risk, right? You can make a draw, and 1.5 is fine. It's the same score as who else is on 1.5? Like Richards on 1.5, Shreyas on 1.5, Andy Ledger, possibly Bodhana if he wins. It's not a terrible score by any means, right? So, okay, we're staying with this for now.
Well, I guess the only real try here is rook f4, isn't it? There's no other move to try something different. And then, well, white kind of has to play rook f3. It's quite hard to see how white messes this up, to be honest.
He's thinking about this, Harry. I think he might repeat. No, he's thinking.
The only thing is that you sometimes
He
get...
has got... Wow,
trying
he's
rook
found
f4.
rook f4. Incredible.
I think rook f3 is quite obvious, isn't it?
Pretty obvious, yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, he's found rook f3, yeah.
He's just played it instantly. And that puts the pressure back on Harry again.
But he can make a draw fairly easily, I think. Like, there's more than one way to make... Queen d4 or queen c5 is fairly... But the question, do you take on f3 and do you try to win that?
If you take on f3, you're hoping for a repetition, or
well,
you're trying to win a d pawn.
You could win the d pawn. You could do this and then say, look, the white king is over. I just find it hard to believe something like this.
Oh yeah, you could try and do this, couldn't you, if you want to try and win?
And then put the pawn on g6 and then just but objectively,
maybe he'll play this.
He could try this. And there is still chances for white to go wrong, But let's say you tuck the king away. Like, how are you ever going to lose? You put a king here with a rook and the queen combo. I think I'd rather almost be white there.
But at least the game goes on, doesn't
it? The game goes on, yeah. If he wanted to try that, but objectively,
you could throw in queen c5 first, repeat one time, And
I would
then,
probably repeat here because I've got the heart of a little lamb. You know, but
you-
Harry got the heart of a lion or the heart of a little lamb? He said
okay,
little
I'm gonna. I think he's
eyebrow
gonna repeat
twitch.
once, and then he's gonna go for this rook f3.
Wow. Okay, he's looking very flustered there.
But the lower you let your time get, obviously the harder it is to play on. That's the problem.
Mm,
So sometimes you just have to make a decision if you're going to do it.
yeah. It just doesn't. I think he's like frustrated because he thinks that there must be some way to win this position because it feels like.
After Queen d4, King g3,
Yeah, I mean, you're
Rook g4,
surprised.
King h3. There's no mate there, is there?
It's surprising that there's no win. But then, White has a serious threat with his d-pawn, right?
So he might be looking at Queen g4 and trying to.
But you could try all that and then
checkmate.
Queen d7 at the end. But the problem is Rook f7, right?
Yeah.
Which is really crushing. So just to show that line. Now, of course, you can repeat with Rook h4. But if you try this, I've got Rook f7 and. Well, apparently the game still goes on because of Rook a4 check, but it's not what you want to do.
Yeah, there's not really a good way to. Let's have a look.
Oh, right. Got
So-
Matthew Sadder in the audience. Thank you, Matthew.
So after. Go show us which position you're looking
I
at.
think he's thinking about Rook g6 here,
Okay.
but there's a brilliant response. So
oh yeah.
this is suggested. This line was mentioned by Matthew Sadder. Was that this is beautiful idea. Rook takes f7, and hasta la vista, as Arnold Schwarzenegger once said in that great film. Hasta la vista, baby.
It's the classic lines.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we think he's going to halve out here, do we, or do we?
I don't know. I think he'll play on, but he's running his time really low. He must be getting a bit nervous now with the clock hanging.
He's still got 8 moves to go for time control, so obviously he can make a repetition.
I actually had an interesting situation against Harry once in a local league game.
Oh yeah.
Where I had like a slightly better position against him. I think I had bishop knight and 2 pawns. He had a rook and bishop, something like that.
Mm.
And he was under time pressure, and his time was almost about to run out. But there was an increment; it was almost about to run out.
Right.
And then the battery on the clock died.
Oh, the battery on the clock died.
It's
Yeah.
quite annoying.
Did you put that battery in yourself?
That was bad for me.
Oh,
because
it's bad
then
for
he
you,
sat
yeah,
there and
yeah.
he just worked. Whilst they took about 5 minutes to replace it, and I think he just works out how to defend the end game. Yeah, so that was kind of really unfortunate timing. Otherwise, I would have had some winning chances.
So he has gone for this line. You're correct. I think it's fairly safe for Black actually this line, but it's fairly safe for both sides. I would say that when you go Queen f5, then it seems.
He could take it either way, couldn't he?
But I think taking with a pawn, yeah, this is a key decision because if you take it with a pawn, then Queen h2, and
Try and win an extra pawn.
yeah, it doesn't look great for White.
So after Queen h2, you might be able to just pick up the d pawn anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you'd probably take with a king, but you'd be slightly concerned that there might be some clever move for Black here, but don't really see what it is. So I think this is
They're likely to go into the ending, aren't they? Harry
quite
will go
likely
for
to be a draw.
no, but Harry will go for the d pawn, won't he? Okay, you look at the evaluation, but
Yeah.
if Harry takes the d pawn, the game goes on.
He's got the heart of a lion, and he's going to carry on. We would imagine, because I don't think you're risking that much here as Black if you carry on, but at the same time, I think it's unlikely you're going to win. You know, so okay, should we stick with this game or maybe
Maybe look at one of the other ones. I think
any other shouts for any
board 2 apparently.
board 2? Wow, huge moment on board 2. Okay, Michael Adams going for 10th British title. Has played a mistake, Rook b7. Now, why is that a mistake? I don't understand why that's a mistake. Looks kind of a natural move, right?
Just trying to stop any knight e7s. And,
Maybe Queen a1's a move here, Nick.
yeah, it's a good move.
Yeah, that's the sort of move that Richard would probably find. I think he's quite good at finding power moves, right?
I mean, Rich is like a very experienced player. I've often thought he's quite underrated. I mean, you don't want to
Yeah.
play him off 22.90 rating.
No, it's a horrible rating. I mean, he can beat good players as well. I think Queen a1.
I think he plays better against good players, doesn't he?
Yeah, 100%. looks dangerous for black. With the idea of queen e5, and then you're threatening stuff with knight e7. You're just generally very active. Because I feel like black's position earlier was really good with a bishop. I don't know why he lost a bishop pair, but okay, he took there. Apparently that was a good move. But after knight e5, black was under a bit of pressure, and the best move was the weird-looking queen a7. That was the only move to keep the balance.
Maybe Mickey made a mistake earlier, did he?
Not really. I mean, yeah. Well, I think here, yeah, queen a6 wasn't it? Rook c8 was apparently slightly better. Very sharp position though. It's very easy to go wrong. I mean, it's an incredibly complicated position. So much to calculate. E4 was a great move by white, I would say, certainly from a practical perspective. And then, would he find queen a1 though? I mean, I don't think he'll find queen a1.
It's a good call though, queen a1.
Yeah.
Nice spot by you.
Yeah, thank you. But then again, it helped that I saw that white was better. Okay. Okay, so Richard's thinking.
I think he might find queen a1.
I think he'll find queen a1, but he's looking over on the king's side, so maybe he wants to play like h4 or something. Is he going to go h4? I see his eyes are kind of like drawn to the king's side.
Well, I guess black's kind of default plan. Well, he might want to create a flight square, but his default plan is to push the a pawn, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would feel very unpleasant as black if you found a move queen a1, because it just feels like there's no obvious plan for black, and your king is starting to look a little bit weak. You know, and also that knight on d5 is really, you know, limiting your ability to get to light squares. You can't, you know, you could go queen d3, but that's running into queen e5. So
No, he's not played it.
nah, I told you wouldn't find it. So my ability to disparage my fellow pros is rook b1. Oh, that's a bit negative. Okay, but he's just maybe just trying to lock in the draw.
Halve out, probably.
Trying to lock in the draw. He wants to go rook b6, I think.
But maybe that's the power someone like Mickey has, you know,
Yeah,
because they're looking for the draw against him. They're not trying to beat him.
that's it. That's it. I would have played queen a1, but I think it was helped by the fact that white was better. I could see that white was better. So you're looking for an ambitious move. You're not looking for, if you know that white's better, you're looking for an ambitious move. Queen a1 kind of fits that. But if you don't know white's better, you might just try to like halve out, right? In the rook b1. But I'm not so sure he'll make a draw now, because I feel like you got to have to play this super accurately as white.
So just h6 or h5 maybe.
Yeah, h6. Yeah, let's just start with that, and then okay, we got this move. Okay, Mickey Adams has played a move.
H6.
He has gone h6. So I would expect rook b6 by. But then
it could just completely peter out though, couldn't it?
Very much so. Very much so.
Because you'll take the after rook b6, you'll probably take it and take the knight.
I think draws odds on here. I think draws odds. If you found queen a1, it would have been a very interesting scenario. It's a bit disappointing actually. We should have booed. We should have an audience live there, and they boo as soon as he doesn't find queen a1. Boo! You know.
You have to have one of those signs you hold up, telling everyone to boo.
You know, I was going about golf, but there's like a tournament in Las Vegas, I think it is. Sorry, no, it's in Arizona. It's called the Waste Management, and there's a hole. I think it's something like one of the later holes, like the 15th or something like that. And it's a par 3. And every time they miss the green or something, there's a huge crowd there. It's like 200,000 people. They start booing, and they're all drunk as well. So we could do that in chess. What do you think?
The problem is, I think on golf it's a bit more obvious when you make a bad shot.
Yeah. Okay, so.
But yeah, I think rook b6 quite likely, and then.
Seems the most logical. I think we should go about Luke McShane game. That's a huge. Wow. Actually, this game is starting to turn, and not in Luke McShane's favour.
I mean, he's
massive
given up that
moment.
time advantage, hasn't
Massive moment. I don't really. Why has he put his queen on g3, which is going to run into rook g8 with tempo? Very strange decision.
he?
We're seeing. I think you're. Sorry to interrupt. I think your call on Bazakustan might actually been correct, because the favourites here are Shreyas Drew. Mickey doesn't look like he's going to win. obviously it's a bit early to say, and now Luke is starting to mess up that big advantage.
Yeah, and Harry as well might be a draw.
Harry, so is it too late for us to enter?
No, but I still think Luke's got a good chance to win this game because
Yeah.
he'll keep the time pressure. There's a lot of tactics here. I mean, you don't obviously white's threatening rook takes
Yeah,
D6
this is
now.
a big threat. I would
Maybe
expect knight
bishop,
e4 or bishop
yeah,
g7.
bishop G7.
Yeah, maybe bishop G7 feels like a PK move, but he probably doesn't want to block g5 because he's thinking about rook g8 ideas. Maybe rook g8 is kind of like a nothingness. You could go knight e4. I quite like knight e4. Put the pieces close to the opponent's king. You never know what might happen.
Yeah, I mean Luke has lost a little bit of control, hasn't he?
100%. I'd feel uncomfortable here as white. I feel like all the momentum is in black's favour. Okay, so this game, have we had any more moves? He's gone. Still some good chances for white, but his actually levels really dipped because he was on 99% earlier, and now he's dipped to 95. As soon as we mention that, it's like the commentator's curse. As soon as we mention the accuracy level, it just went completely off the grid, right? I think Harry's possibly
He seems to be repeating a lot, but I don't know whether he's just trying to make the time control before he takes the D7 pawn.
Yeah. Somebody said the Grandmaster man is not sure I've ever played a kid who doesn't have a coach. I never had any coaching. Did you have any coaching when you were younger? You probably had a little bit of
I
coaching.
did, yeah. I had a
Kevin
coach.
O'Connell was maybe your coach, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But most of the juniors these days have got coaches. But I mean, the thing is, you actually you get these up. The computers analyze your games for you these days, don't they?
Yeah.
So,
I was coaching this kid earlier, and I said to him, look, when you analyze your games, don't just turn off the engine because it feels like, okay, so let's have a look at the Richard Bates to see any more developments.
he just took the rook, so he didn't actually play rook b6.
That's interesting.
But then he played f3 because I guess he was worried after queen a5 about queen b1 check. Was
And
he?
then queen e4
Yeah.
with check. So just show that what Nick suggested was that after this there's check, and that's actually just game over.
Yeah.
Because this knight's hanging. So f3, very typical Richard move. And this still looks very solid for white, but I don't know. I feel like there's some chances, and Mickey's a great technical player, so this game isn't done by any means. Queen b5, is that?
But then there's knight e7 checkers there.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful. You don't allow knight e7. Maybe tuck the king away, like a king h7 might be an option.
But can white take on a5 and then just somehow some sort of repetition?
What's Mickey played here? He's played
a4, save the
That's
a4.
a great move. That's what I'm saying. I feel like when you got that position where you're equal against Mickey, you got to shut it down. You got to kill the game. Or Queen A1 where you were better. The best way to defend against a great player like that is to attack.
I mean, a4 is quite good because it's stopping Richard from simplifying the position, which is the key point.
I think he's going to try and grind this out, and I think this is a serious, difficult position for white. It's not obvious like how you kill the game, right? And that's a shocker. That's a shocker. Yeah. Mickey Adams is closing in on his 10th title after this terrible move by Richard Bates, knight b6. Very, very bad move. I don't like the way he's played it at all. He started going all passive and just going for exchanges.
He was playing for the draw a bit too much, wasn't he? I think that's the key. Sometimes you have to just try and go for it a bit more.
Absolutely. So I think we're looking at that as potentially a win for Michael Adams now. Luke McShane is suddenly in big trouble. The Gorms tip is in trouble. So this is worrying times for the Gorms. So knight g6.
What move are we on now?
Okay, we are on
something, is it?
We're on move 31 actually.
31, okay.
So big plus for black now. Is Luke McShane? Is it what's it called when you're cursed, or in terms of the British Championship?
Like a hex or something.
There's a hex on it.
Yeah.
Every time I tip him, he seems to. Also, I feel like he doesn't play enough chess. Maybe that's also an issue.
He does play quite a lot, though, doesn't he? It's not like he never plays.
No, but he hasn't played anything very recently. He hasn't played anything within the last month, and I think maybe that rustiness is starting to show in this game, even though it didn't show in the first round. And also, what I would say is the fact that he's friends with Peter. Maybe that helps Peter more than it helps Luke.
I'd say if Luke offered him a draw now, Peter would take it, don't you think?
Oh, 100%. But he's not going to offer him, Jordan, and therefore,
Luke's a bit of a fighter. We'll just keep trying to win.
yeah. Okay, so big moments coming up here. Okay, so it's white to play here. By the way, Amit Gartzi game is also exploding. All these games are exploding at the same time. This is really in the balance here. But black seems to be very solid here, right?
I mean, black's got that extra central pawn, and
So I think
black was struggling earlier in this game, wasn't he?
yeah, Balaji seems to have done a good job.
I noticed last year, Amit had a lot of good positions, and they ended up being draws. Do you
Petering
remember?
out, yeah.
So maybe that's an area he needs to work on, is converting these strong positions that he builds
Freddie
up.
Gordon, but we had Chilpa's won. Freddie Gordon, Peter Roberson drew. Simon Williams is wow, he's hugely better against Bazaine Host. So Simon could be bang up there with a chance to be British champion. So that's very interesting. Siva seems to have blown some advantage. Let's go back to Luke Machine game because it's really pivotal for the tournament. And let's stick with this game for now. They're really getting into time scramble.
What's Luke going to play now? Is he going to...
It's not
He
obvious.
doesn't really want to take that knight, does he? But what else do you play?
But also, this is a kind of position where Peter Wells thrives, where it's like initiative. He's very good. Like, this is why people like Michael Adams and Luke Machine hired him as a coach, because he's very considered to be a very good player in the initiative, also in preparation. He also wrote a book actually on mindset. I think that was well regarded.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of been the captain of the men's Olympiad team several times, isn't he? So
yeah,
they often select him as a player to help them with the whole tournament experience, whether it's the playing or the preparing.
That's right. And I think like Luke Shane, I was saying in the first round, he looked so calm, but you said that it's only the first round. I think you were right, because in this game, he doesn't look calm. He looks very, very nervous. And, maybe he's putting him. Do you think maybe he puts himself under too much pressure to win the British? It's almost like he's trying too hard.
Well, I think compared to someone like
that's a big blunder.
Compared to someone like Mickey's done it obviously before.
Bishop
many
F4.
times.
Bishop F4 there. No, it's not Bishop F4.
But how do you punish it?
Maybe Bishop G5 there. No, it's not Bishop G5. Bishop D2. No, not Bishop D2. Is it knight? Yeah, it's not so obvious then, is it? Maybe you just go, you bring the other rook. No.
Yeah, maybe rook G7 is a good practical move anyway, but
wow, the
D5,
best move is not obvious.
Yeah,
I don't think you'd find that.
You won't find that.
It's just not obvious at all.
But
something like that.
Rook G7 is quite a findable move.
Yeah, that's much more findable.
Yeah.
Because
then white's so tangled up, you can't really move the knight off G3, can't move the F pawn.
It clearly looks very uncomfortable there,
nice.
Luke. But I think it's sort of game actually where, that's what I mentioned before. I think if it was something where you wouldn't get any extra time move 40, I'd still quite like Luke's chances of winning this game. But the fact that Pete's going to have a comfortable position after move 40 probably.
But how many moves have they got to go now?
Still 7,
moves.
yeah. So it's
this is massive. These next 7 moves. I think Rook G7 is
very findable. Let's see if
stops them playing F3, doesn't it? And
yeah.
Well, they can't play anyway, really. But it's just keeps the pressure on.
So this position, the best move is apparently this very ugly looking move G3, but still not a great position for white. But G3 very hard to play from a human perspective because you weaken your light squares. Bishop there can't come back into the game, so he's gone knight G3, which is more of, he's gone bishop F4, which was initially was my.
Where did he play bishop F4? Yeah.
Now rook B2. Yeah, very, very crazy game, this one, isn't it?
And now already, it's time to triple up, isn't it?
The triple Solarco, triple stack.
Apparently it's called Alakine's gun, is it? We have the
Well,
queen and two
Nakamura
rooks.
calls it the triple stack.
Oh, yeah, triple stack.
I think that's a reference to American fast food,
It's
probably.
true, actually. Double stack and triple
It's
stack.
probably sponsored by McDonald's or something, right?
But yeah, Rook G7 now definitely makes sense.
Someone said, I think Howe lives in Norway now. Apparently, David Howe got married recently. Is that
Oh, did he?
true? I'm sure I read something about it as a happiest day of his life. Something recent on Twitter.
Okay.
Why is it so many former British players not play, like Short, Howe, Gawain Jones, Conquest, Nunn, Spielman?
Yeah, some of them are older players, aren't they? They probably just kind of
More or less retired.
retired,
I
yeah.
mean, that's the thing with chess. You achieve what you want to achieve, and then it's up to you whether you've got the motivation to keep going, right? And a lot of these players have already made their achievements, so they don't necessarily feel them. Whereas someone like Luke Michane, who's not won the British yet, clearly means a lot to him. He's in his early 40s, a great moment to break through. Obviously, regardless of this result, he's still going to have a great chance. You know, even if he loses a game, because he's probably going to come back and get easier pairings, but he doesn't want to lose this game.
Okay, played Rook G7,
Wow.
good move. Good
And the
move.
way he did it with a flourish as well, it's almost like...
I think it was a flourish because he was about to lose on time.
Oh, right, yeah,
He
yeah.
had to make the move quickly.
Wow.
Yeah, you do get 30 seconds increment though, but that is you do need that, don't you?
Yeah. I'd hate White's position here. I just think this is all gone. You know, I was really praising Luke earlier. He's playing like a strategic masterpiece almost.
The only thing is that from Black's point of view, like how do you actually break through? It's not easy.
No.
If White just plays a solid move, Rook E2 or something, what do you actually play?
I like Rookie too.
there's
I know
no-
that's the
there's-
top move.
There's no clear
Mm,
breakthrough, is there?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is huge for the tournament. Really, I think Luke Michane wants to get a 2 out of 2. We're looking at potentially Mickey Adams going to be on 2 out of 2. Simon Williams, our good friend Simon Williams, is going to be on 2 out of 2. We've got Supratit on 2 out of 2 maybe as well, and a few others. Bazakusta,
yeah.
Chorpor. Luke Michane wants to join that club, but he's going to have to turn around a bad position against his good friend Peter Wells to do that. Certainly doesn't want to lose. Like a loss would be a total collapse. You know, he'd start to think, look, am I ever going to be British champion? Wow,
He played
amazing
Rookie
move,
two, best move.
clutch move.
But
Rookie
now is a tough point for Peter because he doesn't have much time on the clock and there's not an obvious move to play. He's improved all his pieces.
Well, one thing I would say about Luke Michane, I played him a lot of blitz when he was younger, and he was a great defensive player. That really stood out to me. That was, you know, when you put him under pressure, he was just a really very good, very strong defensive player.
So gone for Queen H6.
That's a
mistake.
blunder,
Allowing
actually.
Knight takes E4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really a poor move, I would say, almost, because it's almost, and of course he's taken that, and he will find G3.
But I think in that situation you need to try and keep control. That's not easy when your time is low.
Mm.
He probably got a bit excited thinking the bishop was vulnerable.
Yeah, I think this could start to turn again, and we
Yeah, I
still
think
got
Luke-
quite a
Luke might
few.
win, yeah.
Yeah, we still got quite a few moves before the time control. Yeah, so there's a lot on the line here. This is a very exciting game.
Would you
What-
take the bishop or the knight here?
I'd probably take the bishop, but I don't like either move. I mean, I because there's no obvious reply to after f takes G3.
Yeah, then you attacks over pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the computer finds E3, but he has
Yeah.
taken the bishop, which
That's a good practical decision.
and he have to find knight G3. Literally the only move, but a great move. And I think he might sack the exchange, Nick. To be honest, with a rook takes G3.
But actually, knight G3, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes. Then you got threats of rook takes H3 check.
Oh, there's a
Um,
brilliant response there.
so-
This rook D3 move. Do you think he'll find that?
Yeah, so there's both of them have to find good moves there. And then what if they go rook takes G? Rook G2 can just take the queen.
This is what I was saying
Yeah,
about
he's got the
Luke
rook
Michane
D3.
being a great defensive player. If he finds this amazing resource, rook,
Got to find rook D3.
so this is like an amazing move, rook D3, which, well, there's also rook E3 actually. But rook D3, which is like a beautiful idea. And I think then it's anyone's because, you know, Black King is also quite weak. He's clearly messed this up a bit.
He has to play this move to stop rook H3. Maybe you can show this rook H3 idea. So after knight G3,
Yeah.
takes, rook takes. If white just plays an unnecessary
Is
rook d6 or something, then you can just
then it's checkmate.
yeah, it's going to be a forced checkmate coming.
Because the point is that you've got this move, and that's going to be the end of the game. So yeah, great spot there. But I think he's past the worst. And I mean, these aren't difficult moves to find for a, you know, which I know his rate's just gone below, but do be shady effectively is a 2600 level player, right? He's even been 2700 level before. So that's not very difficult to find. Has he found knight g3? Maybe he hasn't seen it.
Surely it's the only move. I can't see any.
I think he's looking. He doesn't like knight g3, so he has found
Yeah,
knight g3.
there's
Wow.
nothing else you can go for. But he's probably just double checking that he's not getting mated as well.
Surely Peter Wells will take on g3. I think draw is quite likely now because there's not much going on, is there? And there's lots of potential perpetuals in this kind of position, right? So I'd say a draw. A draw is not tragic for Luke. I think like a loss would have been really bad.
He's going to play bishop g3, isn't he? Bishop takes, pawn does, rook takes, and then what do you think? Rook.
Wells
rook
has got
d3?
37 seconds. 36
How many moves has he got
seconds.
left to play? It's because he's got 2 easy moves now, hasn't he? Bishop takes and rook takes.
I think he might lose on time. Now he's taken.
After rook d3 though, what's he going to play?
Not obvious. Rook e5. E5 is apparently a good
E5,
move. But
yeah.
do you think Luke will find? I think he'll find rook d3. Wow. What? Oh no, he had to take. Sorry, I thought he played some other move there.
Queen takes g3.
Yeah.
It's quite hard because
I think he'll find
delayed.
rook d3. Or he'll at least think about it.
Yeah.
He'll at least consider it. Because it's kind of obvious that he can't take because of.
You can't allow rook h3.
Yeah, and it seems like the most exciting, the most dynamic way of
But rook
meeting
e3,
that.
you might have rook e3.
Rook e3 is also because you also get the rook on the d6 pawn if you go rook e3. But I like rook d3. It kind of feels like the most dynamic way of meeting that. But will he? He's also getting very incredibly nervous.
You might play rook d2.
What do you think
D-
their heart
D1 to
rates are
D2.
at this point?
They're going to be high, 160, 170.
270.
That's a heart attack, isn't it? It's gone rook d3. There
Wow! Wow!
you go.
There's some real time travel addicts in this tournament.
Yeah, good
Wow!
move.
Clutch move. Rook d3.
But you know when you have to write the moves down when you're really low on time, I just put like any kind of scribble. Do you?
No, do you? No. I
don't
try to
actually,
write
like,
them down
write it
correctly.
neatly because you write it neatly, then you just
Yeah.
got. You try and write it, but just write it really fast.
But I
because
notice.
you need every second.
I notice with a lot of people that I play now, especially younger players, their writing is almost impeccable compared to mine. Mine is a horrible scrawl, and theirs is like it's almost like the I don't know, something out of the Doomsday Book or something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, mine tends to get worse as I get lower on time.
this does have some drawish qualities, but we said that about the Richard Bates game, and it tends to be that these stronger players are better technically. So he's found
E5
E5,
is a
which
good
is
move.
which is a great move. But I think it could, C5 again.
Yeah, the
Fantastic.
level's
He's so
going back up again now.
yeah, he's so good in time trouble, Luke McShane.
He's also probably trying to put because there are a couple of times he's made quick responses to try and put Peter Wells back under time
Yeah,
pressure.
psychological. Yeah, and now, okay, this is a really a huge moment for Wells because it's not obvious what you play here, and I think he could end up losing on time. I think he could lose on time on this move. He looks very, very
He's
nervous.
got to play something that
Oh, hang on, we
I
lost
think we've switched away from the key game.
well, apparently, yeah. Okay, the Wells game.
What's the time?
He has taken. But yeah, this could boil out to a draw, I think. There's a rook and pawn endgame which looks very drawish if you take on g3. And queen a1's a great move, but that's just a perpetual. So I think he will take on g3 and then it will probably whittle
Is
down
there a
to
way
a draw.
is there a way for White to play on here?
White will try to find a way. But this is last move on time control, so he has to make a decision right now, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no obvious way.
Yeah, Pete Wells only got one more move to find, isn't he?
I think it's going to be a draw. Like, draw's the most... And also, accuracy level is about the same, so draw's probably a fair result, right? Not a great game by Luke, I'd say. Maybe this is an indication why
I've
his
just seen an
ratings...
interesting... If rook e5, black's got
Yeah.
rook g2.
Wow.
Quite a nice tactic. Can I just show that?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry. This...
Yeah.
So that's a potential blunder. I
And
think
then
he will
if
be
queen
thinking.
takes, maybe show the line queen takes queen. Unfortunately, leads to
Yeah,
mate.
yeah. Wow, this is huge.
Well, I don't think Luke will fall for that, but
Well, you
you
hope
have to,
not.
you
You
have to
hope
be
not.
careful.
Okay, he's got very little time himself. He's only got 20 seconds
Did he
left.
take on g3? Did he?
Okay, do the sensible thing that he has taken. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think rook takes now would be just too, you're just
No.
risking way too much, aren't you? It's
I'm
queen
sure he'll
takes.
take with the queen.
Yeah.
I think it's just gonna bottle down to a draw. Like, but I mean, I don't know. I
But is
mean,
it
you
a
can
case
still play that
that
on.
Peter's got a sort of tiny edge in that end game? Can he somehow wiggle into an end game or pawn up? And Peter's probably, if he,
Oh,
he's
sorry.
probably feeling quite
I shouldn't
comfortable
be
now.
I shouldn't be yawning as a commentator, right?
If you get to, yeah, Peter's probably quite happy. I mean, this is this is better than a draw. This is a risk-free position for Peter.
Yeah, I mean, but I think a draw. But considering what Luke McShane had earlier, this is probably not such a bad result, not such a bad outcome. That he was in trouble. He was in big trouble, and now he's somehow like salvaged his hopes. I mean, that was really almost the end of his British Championship dreams. Was in that game, but now it's like
It's quite likely to end as a draw, isn't it?
I think draws odds on. But like you were mentioning, Nick, this is maybe black is slightly for preference. Certainly, here, and you don't want to take that pawn because if you drop a4, you're in big trouble.
It's probably a lost ending, isn't it? The
So
two
you've
passed
got to go
pawns.
here. Now, rook b5 feels like a potential move, but rook b5, I just go rook c7. And
It still feels like there's a little bit of defending to do for Luke,
for
actually.
Luke, yeah.
That
I think he'll make a draw. Maybe he'll win.
But maybe you don't need to play rook b5. Maybe you can play f4 instead, and then just kind of just keep going. Okay, rook c7 anyway is pretty good.
Okay,
just to stop the king
so
coming
we
in.
feel like that game could be boiling out to draw. Adams won, by the way. You were right about Richard Bates having his psychological disadvantage against Adams. Adams is suddenly cooking. He's cooking on gas. All of a sudden, Balaji's a lot better against Amit. Wow, huge game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he's lost control completely, hasn't he?
It's surprising because I think, he was in such control earlier.
But last year we definitely saw that in quite a few games, didn't we? Where he was well on top and he just lost control.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why these players they're not 2700, right? A little bit like me, right? I'm not, or 2800. As humans, they make mistakes, right? Or even 2700, 2800 players make mistakes, right? They got weaknesses that maybe someone like Mark Adams hasn't got such. Was that a fair thing to say, or is that being a bit harsh on Amit? What would you say?
Well, yeah, they're just not quite the same level as Michael Adams, are they?
No.
They haven't got the same level of
But then again, neither am I,
precision.
right?
Yeah.
So this, yeah, but I feel like this kind of position is much easier to play for black because of the light squares potential getting mated on the light squares by white. So it's gone from a position where Balaji's a very good player, by the way. I played Balaji quite a few times, and he's a very classy player. I mean, he went down a lot, but he was. I mean, in my opinion, he's like 2400 strength, really. I mean, he's an IM.
Yeah, exactly. So it must have been over 2400 then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's down at 2285. I mean, that is not reflected. So again, somebody that's not good value, right? But rook e4 was like panicky. So why didn't he play f3? Rook e4 was like, I'm going to try and force a draw, and like you could take, but then you drop a5. So he tried bishop b. I don't quite understand.
Well, like giving away your rook is quite a big
yeah, that's
sacrifice
maybe
to make, isn't it?
like I say, nerves, right? The pressure of trying to win, be British champion is affecting these players.
Could black have taken on d5 last move?
Also possible. Yeah, why not take the pawn?
Yeah, it's quite good.
And
Gives
then
you
you
the
just
escape
run
square.
with the king, and then now you're threatening e3. I mean, actually,
Well, you could just
should
play
have
e3.
played
Yeah,
that
just
move
play
immediately,
e3.
yeah.
It's almost
This
game
is
over,
game
isn't
over,
it?
yeah.
If
this
he
is
plays
game
queen
over,
d5.
yeah. So that was a bit careless, actually, rook g8, because now he's sort of back in the game. So he's trying to play a defensive move, which actually makes some sense because it kills white's play, but unfortunately, it does give him some chances. And by the way, Amit's a very persistent defender. He's very stubborn, and very resourceful. So this position, yeah, I would say real problems for white here. So it looks like Balaji could be potentially creating a big upset there. Siva, by the way, that game's turned around completely. So we left it around about. It was around about here, wasn't it? So this is where white was firmly in control. Now he went 92 again. You know, maybe overplaying it a little bit, Nick. Maybe you could even take the bishop, or you could take on b4, right?
But what do
Or
you think about
improve
the
the rook.
idea of just trying to get rid of that dark square bishop when you have the chance? You know,
Mm.
I mean, it's sort of a strong bishop, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, simply taking would have been very
Yeah.
nice because of this. You know, we often say we like where you have opposite color bishops in the end game, it's a draw. But or it could be a draw. But when you have in this situation where the black king is much more open than the white king, these opposite color bishops are very, very powerful. Like
yeah, I think white's
attacking
just a clear,
positions.
clear pawn up as well.
Yeah, because also you're controlling a color complex that black can't really control, which is the light squares. So this is really would have been a very simple way. So he's overplaying it with knight e2. Didn't need to do that. And then it's still quite good for white, but this is a danger when you allow the game to remain complex. You're putting yourself under pressure to play great moves, and he's not played great moves. And all of a sudden, now he's starting to get outplayed a little bit. You know, Max Turner's a very solid player,
Yeah,
very
he's
good
just won that key c pawn, hasn't he? For
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 very
nothing.
little.
Yeah, nothing
Yeah.
in turn.
He could play bishop d4, and now he's starting to push. So you know, again, bad game by Siva, considering the position he had earlier. So that game is looking very much in the balance as well. Jude Shearsby game against Harry still going.
Can we just quickly look at that? Jude
Yeah,
GSB against Harry.
100%.
It's the same ending that we were
We
looking
were
at
talking
before.
about. This is obviously a draw, but from a theoretical standpoint, it must be drawn. But from a practical perspective, you still got some chances, I would say.
Yeah, I think black has got slightly better chances.
So he's a little bit concerned about maybe rook e8 pinning the bishop. So should he maybe, but the king up allows this queen a1 move. We mentioned that queen a1 move before,
Yeah, it's
didn't
quite
we?
hard, isn't it, to get your bishop into the attack?
Maybe you should start with me like queen d6 there, Nick, and just you kind of tend to taking that pawn.
Yeah, I don't like the way the white king's so open. Yeah, and maybe we can just try and hide it away. And
Yeah, I think this is very drawish. I mean, I think a draw is very long odds on there. I'll be honest. I mean, as far as the other, we need to go back to the Bodhana game. By the way, I think Simon Williams, Kenneth Hobson as well. Actually, we need to check in here. Yeah, we were mentioning Kenneth earlier, and this
could be a good win for him if he gets it.
This could be a big win for Kenneth against Taran. Who also, by the way, has got a YouTube channel, but Taran's under a lot of pressure there. The pawn h6 is great in the end game. A lot of people they drive the pawn up to h6. One of the advantages of having that pawn h6 is also for the end game. It's really creating a mating net around the black king. So this is really a problem for black. If we move on, the super tip one, as we predicted, Mark Hebden, by the way, is pressing in on a potential win against Cummings, but still a lot.
He's got that big time advantage, isn't he?
Yeah.
What do you think the odds are that Cummings resigns in a drawn position?
So the reason you mention that, by the way, Nick, is because yesterday that's what happened, sadly, with young Billy Fellows. He resigned in a drawn position against Mark. He misjudged the position. Happens a lot. Have you ever done that, resign in a drawn position?
I don't. Well, not as far as I know. I tend to resign quite late.
I do that almost once a year, where I resign
Yeah.
in a drawn position. So I think there was one example where I resigned against Simon at Hastings, and then Lee Bullock came out afterwards and said, "Look, this is how you could have drawn." And there was also another game I was playing against the Dutch.
Did he check that with a computer,
Yeah,
or he just?
He checked that.
just
It was on his
told you?
phone. It was on
Okay.
his phone. Yeah. Yeah, this looks really problematic for David Cummings. If we scroll down a bit, by the way, Lan Yao is in a bit of trouble against young China. Well, you know, I think originally from China. Well, Lan Yao is also from China. So, you know, I think,
It's a very complicated position, isn't it?
yeah. But this is a great move, knight g3.
Yeah. So how does white survive here?
So you can't take on d4 because the knight takes e2 check. Yeah, it's a very good question, actually.
Yeah, it says it's a draw, does it? Or says it's still level, but
From White's perspective,
It
you,
looks
you,
really-
you
really
think it looks like game over, right?
bad. Yeah.
Uh, Is Queen G4 a move? Because if I go Queen, no,
No.
clearly not. Queen F3 is not a move, is it?
Something like Queen E7. I don't know.
Queen E7, great shout.
No,
Nope.
it's rubbish.
Queen F3.
It's quite hard to actually find the
Queen
drawing.
F3 is the move.
Okay.
Yeah, but we had to have a couple of attempts before we found that move. Apparently, that's the only move, or it seems to be the only move to keep the game going. So, what's the idea? I think the idea is something to do with like a night trap or something that you can take here, but then King H2, and there's no way to win. A little bit like the Jude Shearsby game, where the king could end up on G3.
So if Black played Queen F2 now, you're getting.
You could just take. You could take on F2 and take on G3. So maybe that's the top line, right? You take here and then Rook H4 does not H5.
Knight H5 saves it, yeah.
So you go here and then you take, and then we take here and then take on B4, and it's very drawish. Even though Black can definitely try and win this, but first he's got to find.
He's got to find Queen F3.
Oh no,
first.
she's found it. I think she's made a move anyway. She's
Okay,
found.
that's
Wow, it's incredible.
So we probably get that line then, and Black will get pawn up.
Probably going to end up in a draw. Well, it's a great defence there by Lan. Yeah, so we're seeing some great games and great moves in this tournament, but also seeing some. Simon Williams won, by the way. Well done to Simon. So he's now marched on to 2 out of 2.
Can I quickly just check how Adam Sefton got on? Because he had a good win in the first game.
He was under a bit of pressure, wasn't he?
He was playing someone quite fit. Oh, we might win again. Well,
Wow,
you
wow.
go.
This is the effect of the Nick
You know-
Pert coaching, right? This is
Basically,
basically the British Championship broadcast are just turned into an advert for Nick Pert coaching.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
incredible if he wins this one as well, because he beat someone quite good yesterday, 22-90,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. So I think this kind of position is. I don't really love this for Black. In fact, here he was Black was doing very well.
And did Black miss a chance here?
Maybe he could play. Was Rook D8 maybe better, or Rook B5?
Maybe Rook B5 is
Rook
greedy and just
B5.
hang on to everything, yeah.
Because A4, then you win the A pawn, right? No, it's not Rook B5. Let's have a little look, see what the move was. Oh, you can take
Rook
here.
B2.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, yeah, we missed that.
Wow.
Nice move. Okay, everyone missed that move, didn't they?
Everyone missed that, but he had like. Oh, was this? Is there a way of
But he
telling?
didn't have to play King C4, did he? That was just an oversight from
Yeah, that
everyone there.
was a bad move. But is there a way of telling like how much time that they had when he went Rook D7? Because that's quite careless. That you would miss Rook B2 as well for a player of that level. You should
Yeah.
find Rook B2, right?
Because Lorenzo Fava's quite a good player, isn't he?
He's a very good player. Beat Michael Adams in the last tournament, which was a big surprise.
He's kind of like wasted a lot of time here, isn't he? And then he's allowed White to just kind of push on, really.
Yeah, but I think practically this is hard to play for Black because this position is like.
Okay, but I mean, White's going to go for B6.
Yeah,
So
Rook C8.
Surely you have to just think about that. But maybe it's not easy to find a drawing move here. I mean,
Yeah, King E4 is the only move.
but that's not,
Everything else is
it's not
losing.
that obvious. Is it just to get your rook around the back? Is that the idea? Must be get the rook around the back.
Try to get the Rook back. So now if you
Rook-
do this,
Yeah, you get the rook to D2 maybe after A7.
Rook A8. But also your King's now close enough.
But then can you sack on A7?
Yeah, this is tricky to
Okay.
see. I think this is tricky. This is becoming tricky now.
Yeah.
And King here, you go Rook D3 only move.
That's quite hard to see, isn't it?
Yeah. And so let's say I take, for example, I guess you just got check,
You need
right?
to, that's why you have to go to D3 and not D2.
Mm.
So you got the check.
And if you go here, I go Rook A3. And again, only
Rook
move
B3.
Rook B3.
Yeah,
So
that's
you've got to find a
incredible.
series of only moves to stay in the
Very
game.
hard to very hard to save that in game.
So mentally, I think he almost gave up. He was trying to analyse all that, and he said, "Right, I'm just going Rook C8," which has the idea of going Rook C4, but basically now it's kaput.
So let's see, is there any chances for Black here? So if I guess he's I don't know. Was his plan to play Rook C4, or was his plan here?
How old is Adam Sefton anyway?
I'm not sure. Probably about 16, I guess.
Oh, so he's
I'm not
quite
sure.
young. He's quite a young player. Where's he from?
Just from like my area,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this would be a good win if he gets it.
Huge win.
Still have
Huge
to,
win if he could clutch this. So that he'd be on 2 out of 2, right?
Yeah,
And then he'd get like one of the big boys. That would be massive, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good chance for him to play against one of the top players.
So okay, so he's looking good. What are we still stuck on with Luke with Shane? We feel like that's heading towards a draw, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, Cruzy Lee said, "Daddy, you reside versus Simon in Hastings." Ha ha. Yeah, thanks for that, Lee.
Oh, yeah, so the first round he won against this guy.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. At youth, I played him before.
Is
Yeah,
he a
he's a
young player?
decent player. He's very. I think he's from the Midlands area actually, sort of Coventry type area. I played him in Coventry International, and somewhere else I played him maybe. I drew with him at Hastings.
This is Aditya.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aditya. Yeah, he's decent. But apparently he doesn't do any prep. He just plays video games all day.
Okay.
You know, a bit like us. Okay, so this game looking like a draw. Bates, obviously we already had that. Yeah, potentially could be a huge upset on board 5, or like, well, no, I wouldn't say huge upset, but certainly some kind of upset where black is a lot of work to be done though, and we mentioned that before that Amit's a great defender. Would you say that black is favourite here? The black winning is favourite? I'd say a draw is probably.
And the thing is that yeah, if you take the D pawn, white's pawn will eventually get up to A7, will it?
Because I said earlier, you know, you called this move Queen D5, Nick, and
After Queen H6, yeah.
yeah, and I think it's so important. And when you've got a big advantage, when you know, just to kill the game off, especially when you're playing someone like Ami, so consistent, you know, persistent defender. This would have really just killed the game off, right? Because let's say he just doesn't want to allow the possibility of Queen H7.
Yeah, I think he just he maybe just forgot that he could save his king by coming out into the middle of the board with King E6. He didn't want to bring his king into the middle.
Yeah, and the problem is if you take this now and I go check, like you say, this A pawn is starting to really rock and roll, and I really don't think this is so clear. I mean, I could see a repetition happening maybe with this.
Yeah, with the pawn on A7, it's suddenly quite
It's
dangerous.
game on,
isn't it?
and
Yeah,
you're worried that you lose because there's no easy perpetual either. There's no way of. I guess you could go Queen D1 and check, and that's probably.
Even then, the white king could go to H2, so it's not a guaranteed draw.
I think a draw is starting to look like maybe odds on now.
What's he like as a player though, Balaji? Does he fight for the win? Does he? Or...
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty solid, but he's a very ambitious player. I mean, I think I first played him in the British the Harry Grieve one, and he was only 2100 then, but he was clearly a lot stronger than that. And he got some good results. He beat people like Chris Ward, and you know, some pretty decent results. So he's pretty decent, yeah.
Yeah, so he might think he's exchanged up and just try to win that game. I don't know. Is there any other interesting ones to finish up with? I don't know.
It's been quite an exciting. What do you think? It's been quite an exciting round this round. It was really a prelude of what's to come with.
I think a lot of the top seeds have found it quite tough going, haven't they?
I would say, I mean, I know I'm going off score again, but I would say that Super Tit, Simon, and your tip Azakusa are looking like maybe the dark horses, the danger guys, right? We haven't looked at Bodhana for a while, by the way. I don't know if she's still going. Yes, he's actually got a winning position now, so she's starting to really rock and roll this position. Bishop D5 check.
Just have to ignore that, don't you? Move the king, King G7.
Yeah, I mean, this looks technically winning for black. And this is Bodhana's bread and butter. Really technically winning position.
Endings, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's so good, Bodhana. I'd love to see her get up there, and you know, 2 or 3 rounds to go. I know I keep saying that, and also Super Tit as well. I'd love to see them get up there. What about, we haven't looked at Jonah Willow. How did Jonah Willow do? Oh wait, Kevin Ketivan Arakamir Grant seems to be winning against James Thomas. We didn't look at another player in Jonah Willow, who was one of my tips, but doesn't seem to be winning. So that's slightly worrying.
That's quite standard, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's still some chances for both sides. This does look quite drawish, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I'd probably say
Yeah.
most likely to be a draw, isn't it?
Marcus Harvey won against Chris Baker. By the way, Siraj against Stevie G.
Stephen under pressure.
Wow. I think that maybe the lack of playing is really. Siraj is playing every
He's
weekend.
still he's not like an old player, is he, Stephen? You
No,
know, so he did take a bit of a break, but yeah, I was surprised because actually he used to be a really strong player, didn't he? He used to be well over 2,500, and I don't know what his peak rating was.
Yeah, I think his big rating was about 2540, 2550. But
he was up there. He was like a contender for these kind of tournaments, wasn't he?
Yeah, 100%.
He just seems to have lost a lot of rating.
And he's not that old. I think, like I say, maybe the lack of activity. You know, when you step out of chess, it's very hard to then come back a few years later. And he didn't play for quite a few years. But yeah, I think he's a similar age to David Howe because I know he's very good friends with David. So I guess he's probably born around about 1989 or 1990. So he'd be about, how old would Stephen? I can look him up actually.
Yeah, so it's in the late 30s, 36 maybe. Yeah,
I'll
it's
look
just
him
quite yeah, still quite young in a way.
Let us look up Stephen Gordon.
But yeah, I think he's he's pawned down here, so he's going to have to really.
Oh no, he's born 86. So
Okay.
he's 10 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Which means he's 40. So not dissimilar age to Luke McShane, a couple of years younger than Luke McShane. So yeah, this is
Would
really.
you consider the move F4? Is that just really? I don't know. That's probably pushing the bow out too much, isn't it?
And if I take, you want knight? No, it's immediate draw with knight F5.
Yeah, that's my sort of
very
trick.
clever move. Yeah.
You don't have to take it, do you? That's
but the problem is when you're playing someone like Siraj, who's actually quite experienced himself now. He's not going to fall for that.
It's a bit of like
he's probably going to play a bit like that,
isn't it? Yeah.
and now he's going to improve his position before he takes the pawn.
Yeah, then you're
just
going to lose that pawn.
Siraj is a very good player. He's underrated as well because I played him a few times and he's a very dangerous player. He's not the sort of he's beaten a few good players. I remember he beat Matthew Turner in the Isle of Wight Masters a couple of years ago. You know, so he beat Craig. You know, about a tournament in Bournemouth. He beat Craig Hanley. So yeah, and Stevie G is under pressure on the clock.
Well, it's not a nice position to be in, is it, when you're playing a player and you're suffering as well.
By the way, we've got special guest in the audience. Oh no, hang on, Rennie Butler. How did you do in the rapid play in the end? 3, yeah. Sorry? Full of bandits, he's saying. Yeah. When he says bandits, he means underrated players, yeah. Who should be higher rated. James Jackson only drew. Kenneth Hobson.
Yeah, Freddie Gordon only drew, actually.
That's surprising. Should we have a quick look at that game?
Yeah, I don't think we looked at that much, did we?
We didn't have a look at that game, but I'm not really familiar with this player, Tom Jund. Not sure where he's from, but he's obviously a very strong player.
Another one of these young up-and-coming players.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know the name rings a bell. I just don't really recognise him. Somebody's becoming an FM at 2260, and I've never even heard of him. It's very strange, you know. But
they just probably get the title so quickly, don't they?
Yeah. So Bishop C5 was played by Black, which was apparently knight E6 was a mistake. So maybe he should have. Was B4 maybe a better option?
These Catalan positions are always a bit scary, aren't they? Because you put all your pieces on the queen side as black, and always get worried about.
You could collapse very quickly.
Yeah.
And E4 was a great shout, but that was a very bad move. I mean, I would be thinking about knight F5 there.
Exactly, with some attacking potential. Yeah.
You know, no, it doesn't like that. So maybe there was better options. Bishop E3, very solid move, Nick. And you're really collapsing this structure. I actually saw a game. I was sat next to a game in the San Martín Open in Spain, and as somebody won, quite a strong player, about 2470. He won like this. You know, he just went for this E4 and he broke up the black structure. And it feels, I mean, for example, there's lines like this, and if you go here, maybe this is what White was concerned about. Maybe you just take here, and then if you take on D4, I take here, and if you take with a knight, then, which I'd missed, by the way, maybe E6 is a move, or what do you think?
It's all quite messy, isn't it?
No, it's not
Because
e6.
they've got some rook a7 ideas as well to help defend against e6.
Maybe that's a move with the idea of taking here, collapsing the structure that way. Yeah, because this knight is actually quite bad on d4, because if I take there, then your knight's almost got no squares. So if you go knight d7,
Maybe then you can play e6, can you?
yeah,
Although there might be
or
take. You can just
even
take it, can you? Actually, that's probably not good.
or even rook c1 maybe simply, or even knight c5
Maybe
anyway.
just knight c5 and take on d4. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, that's better, isn't it?
Yeah, and amazingly, white is a lot better here, even though they're pieced down, because these pawns are just monsters. We're finding the top engine lines now. Now we're honed in. We kind of know how the engine thinks now. We're almost
We only
we're
need
almost
about,
at one with the engine,
we
right?
need about 3 guesses each move. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, I think white played maybe that looks a bit murky, because it just seems to give black a lot more options. And in fact, apparently he could take, and then maybe a move like bishop d4 might be an option here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very complicated position, isn't it? But I guess you go bishop d4, you potentially could be a knight e5 at some point.
Yeah. And that was also a mistake. So white was actually winning at this point in the game. Amazingly.
You've got to watch out for f2.
So I'm guessing the winning move was just to take. No? Yeah, we do need a few guesses. What do you think here, Nick? Why is this so strong for white? It doesn't look winning. Oh, there's knight e7 check. Wow. Knight e7's a killer. So why is this a killer? Just now you take. So you're 2 pieces down but winning. Wow, this is a crazy
Quite
one.
hard to find all those moves, though.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're only 1 piece down, sorry. You're only 1 piece down. But look at black's... It reminds me of these Leela games where it just smashes you up in the centre when you're an extra piece up on b8. And look at white. It's just... Yeah, it just shows the value of activity. Black's a piece up, but these pawns are just... Well, you got 2 pawns for the piece already. So this is...
Should we have a look at what happened in the game then?
So in the game he played knight b8, and then it kind of petered out, and probably Freddie was a bit relieved to make a draw in the end. Bishop f4 was also a mistake.
Yeah, it was quite a complicated game, wasn't it? But probably quite a few mistakes, actually.
Yeah, so it shows that these players aren't invulnerable. They do make a lot of blunders. I would say that Michael Adams is maybe looking the most stable out of the top seeds, I'd say, and it's obviously Luke Shane. By the way, Luke Shane, let's switch back to Luke Shane game, because big developments here. But looking, he's actually gone a5 there, Nick, I think. Yeah, that's probably looking like a draw, right? a5's a great move, by the way. Are we going to have one more break before we finish, or should we wrap it up soon? What do you think? We'll wrap it up fairly soon.
I think we've kind of...
It's up to you, mate. I just, yeah.
Maybe just do a quick recap, shall we? And then
We'll do a quick recap.
so just going through the games one by one. Yeah, Luke's gonna probably draw, isn't he, with Peter Wells. Michael Adams won against Richard Bates. Schwarzwald was a draw with Andy Ledger. Go have a quick look at Jude Shearsby and Harry Grieve. Last time we saw, we thought that was going to end up being a draw, didn't we? Board 4. Yeah, it still looks like it's going to be a draw.
I'd say that's odds on, yeah.
Yeah,
It's been odds on, and I think the Luke Shane game's been odds on for a while. Wow, Ami's totally busted now.
Okay.
No, hang on. No, this has changed.
Is that our analysis, or what is it? Maybe you could refresh this page.
Yeah, let's refresh. No, it's actually wrong. So this is actually heading for a draw, maybe, or it's very unclear. It's very unclear, right? It's too early to say, but I think Balaji will definitely try and fight and try and win, because he could have played that line with repetition.
He must also think he's an exchange up, so got to try and win, haven't you?
Yeah, especially if you want to try and win.
He probably, just trying to find some way to activate his rook, but it's quite hard, isn't it?
Let's do a quick 2-minute break.
Okay. Right. Okay, we're going to go to break for a couple of minutes, so we'll come back and do a recap and finish the tournament. for today. Finish the broadcast for today. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We've still got a very exciting situation. So the excitement never ends in the British Chess Championships, apart from when the round's finished. So this game between Luke McShane and Peter Wells. What do you think about the chances of Luke McShane losing this one? Do you think it's pretty slim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very slim. It's quite hard because the problem for Peter is to make any kind of real progress. You know, you have to try and bring his king over to the queen side, but then obviously his king side pawns are quite vulnerable.
So can't he just go like, let's say, because I think a lot of players struggle with rook and pawning games. I know I do as well because I'm quite lazy. I can't be bothered to study them. I've been trying to study them a little bit more recently because I know I've got a lot of weaknesses in that area. But let's say, for example, white plays king g2, right? Now black goes king f7. Is there not a danger I might just come over this way? And then let's say you went here and then I went here.
But at some point, white could always play rook a5 at some point. Maybe not now. Maybe wait. No, not now. Not
rook
now. I don't know if
a5.
would I play it now.
Well,
I might wait
it
till you
now.
king gets to c7. But okay.
So I went here and then you went
Yeah.
here and now I went here. Yeah. So I think this is going to probably boil down to a draw then. So we're thinking that game is almost certainly going to be a draw. We said like Richard, but we're going to do a summary now, guys, of the games. Richard, my things are falling off. Still haven't got the hang of this high technology. Michael Adams, unfortunately for Richard, we mentioned this game earlier that he was doing really, really well. But Adams, although his rating has slipped out, he still retains that 2700 technique, I would say. That sort of technical ability is just off the scale, and that's why he's won the British so often.
Also, he does have that good sort of head-to-head record, doesn't he, against Richard Bates? And he's also strong in the British Championship, so that's obviously played out here.
But to be fair, he's probably got quite a good head-to-head record against most British players.
I think so.
Yeah.
Basically all of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing I would say though, Luke McShane, he did have a very good record against Luke McShane when Luke McShane was younger. But one thing I noticed with players like Luke McShane and Wayne Jones and David Howe, he was like way ahead of them at the early part of their career, but they kind of caught up a bit, which you would kind of expect because they've improved a lot. But that's a potential banana skin for Mickey. That when he plays Luke, Luke's going to be going for him, gunning for him. So that's going to be an interesting clash. But assuming that does happen at some point. Shreyas Royal did a great draw offer because he was actually under a lot of pressure with black potentially bringing the knight into c4. That's where on c4 is a real problem for white because obviously you don't want to take because then the knight's going to come. White king very open here as well. Looks a lot more exposed. So that was a great strategic draw by Shreyas, but it means he's now under pressure. He's going to have to win. Ami Gartzi did draw in the end. That's kind of what I predicted, that it was looking a bit murky. Decided to halve out. He was a little bit lucky to draw actually, Ami, because he was actually under a lot of pressure. And by the way, on board 6, Bazakusta, your tips are going very well. Michael Adams and Bazakusta. My tips, Jonah Willow and
Luke
Luke
McShane
aren't looking as good. So I think you're the better tipster.
Well, I guess it's not over yet. I mean, definitely with someone like Luke, you could see him, being a real contender in this tournament.
Yeah. Okay, so Kenneth Hobson looks like he's also narrowing on a win. And if we go further down, Supratit has won as well, so that he's on 2 out of 2. He's definitely a danger player. By the way, Yi Chen, I shouldn't forget, who cruised to 2 out of 2, essentially. He's won both games. Mark Hebden's still going. We go a little bit further down. Oh, sorry. I should go through game by game. So we got Lan Yao currently still trying to play this end game. So I was just going through the results. So Adam Sefton is...
He actually converted that.
He won that against your student, Adam, is looking very strong because the main idea is if you go for the check, I've just blocked with a bishop and now you can't stop me queen in the board.
Yeah, and the main point is obviously if black plays rook takes bishop, when white queens is check. If you go back, no, not here. If you go back a move. Go back, take the last two back. If black plays rook takes bishop here, when your queen is check. So white is going to win.
Jonah Willow's had a disappointing start. It doesn't look like he's likely to win against Rivik. And then you got Neil McDonald is playing, and also Stephen Gordon has lost. So very poor start for Stephen Gordon. He started with half out of 2, losing a lot of rating points. A great start though for Siraj. So you know, I mean, that's almost like the tournament's gone. Your chances of winning British are gone right after 2 rounds.
I mean, you're just trying to sort of salvage your rating, I guess, after
It's
at
a
this stage.
depressing scenario. That's not really what Stephen Gordon was looking for at all. So that's very disappointing. Bodhana, by the way, is looking a lot better. So he's looking like C is honing in on a potential win there. So good luck to Bodhana. Is it right? Is it possible that I'm a little bit biased towards Bodhana? And
A little bit, but
to be biased as a commentator.
it's quite nice to you know, support the up and coming talent in the country, and she obviously is incredibly talented. So
looking at the results and obviously we haven't got all the results in. Who do you think will be the pairings tomorrow? Are we looking at potentially maybe Adams? Adams was white today. It was black. So could he be white maybe tomorrow against Simon Williams? Maybe could that potentially be a pairing?
I mean, that would be quite an interesting pairing, wouldn't it?
Or is Simon a bit high?
I think who's got 2 points? See Bazakut's Yishen, maybe someone like Yishen.
Yishen and Supratit's on 2, but there's quite a lot of people on 2. Like your student Adam Sefton's on 2.
But he wouldn't be at the top against Michael Adams, though, would he? It'd be someone around about the halfway mark.
Yeah. So
there's not that many players on 2, are there?
Not that many.
Michael Adams is one.
I think Simon will be top half.
Michael Adams, Bazakutska, that's 2. Chorpor 3.
Right.
We'll see what's going to happen in Siva's game.
Okay, let's quickly. What board is that?
Board 9.
Board 9. The last time we saw, it's starting to maybe bore down. It's very
still
murky, very
still murky.
So we don't know what's going to happen.
Simon Williams 4, Yishen 5. Kenneth Hobson was winning, wasn't he? 6.
Kenneth Hobson, yeah.
Supratit 7.
Edmonds still trying, and then Lanyao was looking a bit drawish. There's also Richie
7. Yes, so he'd be 8. Adams up to 9. So you might have about 10 players probably.
So I think Simon will probably be top half, so he might get a reasonably favourable pairing. But someone like Supratit might be bottom half, in which case he will get.
He could get one of the really big boys, couldn't he?
Well, there's only really one big boy on 3, which
on
is
2,
Adams.
yeah.
On 2, right? Yeah. So. Yeah, it's looking good for Adams because he's going to get white tomorrow. And I said with Luke Michelle, I wanted him to start well. I think he need to get like 3 out of 3, 4. It's not obviously it's not the end of the world if he draws today, but he'll certainly take a draw now, 100%. So, but I was hoping he would start a little bit better. I think with Adams, he's just going to have a lot of confidence, right? Because if you've won the British 9 times, a bit like Nadal when he was winning the French over and over again, you win that tournament over and over again, you're in that comfort zone. Like you said, certain players do well in certain tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly isn't going to have the same nerves as he, like in the final stages of the event, that someone like Luke Mouchet might have.
100%.
So that's going to work in his favour.
Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's definitely getting quite serious now in terms of the matchups.
Sorry. Yeah.
There's some technical issues here.
Just for a change. Oh, right. Yeah, I got to move it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're going to wrap it up there, guys. Thanks a lot for tuning in. It's been amazing. Not as many jokes today, but we were a bit more serious. Tomorrow, maybe a few quizzes. By the way, has anyone got any TV and film recommendations? Because I've run out of interesting stuff to watch TV and films. So has anyone got? Please do that, or we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do the TV and films tomorrow. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea to leave that to tomorrow.
Right. Okay. Thanks a lot. So great. Thanks for me, and thanks.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for watching.
Yeah.
You got to speak for me there.
Yeah. I'm so I'm like Mr. Just like a control freak. But no, it's been great. So thanks a lot and see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.